It's one of my favourites since I was a boy at school. My father read it to me once, and I think it to me as a little boy summed up what a man should be. If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowances for their doubting too, if you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about, don't deal in lies, or being hated, don't give way to hating, and yet don't look too good or look too wise. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two impostors just the same, if you can hear the truth you've spoken twisted by knaves to make a trap for fools, or watch the things you gave your life with worn out tools, if you can make one heap of all your winnings and risk it on one turn of pitch toss, and lose and start again at the beginning, and never breathe a word about your loss. If you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they are done, and so hold on when there is nothing in you, except the will who says to them, hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings nor lose the common touch, if neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count with you, but none too much, if you can fill the unforgiving minute with 40 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that's in it, and which is more, you'll be a man, my son.
Hey everybody, I thought I would quit altogether yesterday, but I can't do that while the stock is down. Okay, in the United States, currently Railtown is down 2 cents, 0.0232 at 36.2. These are the 5 on my thing. Soundhound is down a penny at $11.50. Finger is down 11.5 cents at $1.39.5. Genius Brands is 66.19, down 0.0267, and G-Bucks slightly in the green at 14.5 cents. The Dow is down 84. NASDAQ is slightly green, Dow slightly red, and S&P slightly green. On my service, I see 146,000 shares traded in Railtown. The bid is 34.5. The ask is 36. And I guess I don't know what I wrote on my opening gambit there, but I guess what I think is the most important question right now is, what is your opinion of the value of Railtown? That's why you're in the investment. Not what is happening in the market in the short run. I'm not saying I predicted this, but I did warn yesterday, and I think I showed sometimes frustration can be, I suppose, I mean, I didn't think I was feeling that way, but I suppose it can be a little bit of fear or anxiety. But I told you toward the end of my call, that I showed you a chart, and I thought that Railtown, one way you could handle further sell-off, because it broke down under the 200-day moving average, that's going to trigger computers. One thing is to put orders in to buy under the market, not be frozen by red, not be angry by red. This is an ongoing fleecing of the markets that's allowed to occur, as if the over-the-counter markets and the NASDAQ markets have an ability to fight back. It is a bastardization of these markets, and it's been going on a long time. Now, I was lectured yesterday to not show my biases, so I won't show any biases. But I will call to your attention that running an organization, building a team, leading a team, being in charge of a sales force, being in charge of software engineers, being in charge of filings and paperwork, all of these are human missions. Being in charge of legal documents, being in charge of regulation. These are all human experiences, human beings doing these things. The stock market, it's all human beings. The charts are trying to measure how human beings are reacting collectively, which means they're acting like a herd when they see stock prices. So that when the stock gets to extremes one way, a stock gets to extremes one way or the other, you can take advantage of it. So yesterday, when they got it under the 200-day moving average, and I also said, and I'll show you, I still stand by it, I think the longer term chart looks fine. It actually looks good. I'll show it to you. Still looks fine. But this short term, day trader, again, there's three kinds of shorts. Another gentleman said, Pete, I think it was, said, look, I didn't think they did the shorting in Railtown. They do it in all stocks on the American exchanges and Canada, but primarily they've designed it this way. They've pushed, I'm not giving any biases. I'm not even going to say who they are. I just assume, because in this modern world, all human beings are good. All human beings, regardless of culture, regardless of gender, regardless of anything that matters, they're all the same. Their motivations are the same. They all are driven by good. They don't try to hurt anybody else. Their motives are shirt off their back, not knife in your back. I have no more biases. I've been lectured. I have zero biases. But I tell you what, it makes it very hard to explain what's going on in a human environment. You can't notice anybody, you can't notice anything. It's just a bias. So how do you explain things? Well, I'll do my best. No more biases. I'll do my best. The key question that should be in your mind is, what is the value of Railtown as a business? It currently trades at, well, this is probably last night. It trades at 59 million. Let me see if I can get it'll be slightly delayed, but it really isn't trading that much right now. Yahoo says the market cap today is 49,676,000. Is that the value of Railtown? I mean, obviously it's the value today. It's what the market's determined. But what do you think the value of Railtown is in 90 days or in 6 months? That's the question you should ask. Not, oh my God, it's down 11%. Why isn't the company saying anything? Number one, it's not the job of the company to manage their stock price. That's not their job. Number two, what could be going on today? Let me just look. Maybe bar charts would tell it. I don't know. I got to look in Canada. That's where the stock is priced, is in Canada. Of course, it doesn't show up. There it does. So in Canada, the stock is down 4.81%. It's at 49.50, which is the price of the deal with AIP, by the way, to my memory. If I'm wrong, it's just my memory is wrong. But I think the deal was 50 cents. That deal was priced. Maybe it had no price at all. I can't remember. But anyway, the volume today is only 80,000 shares in, well, I think it's more than that. This is bar chart, so I'm not sure that it's totally up to date. All right, I want 1 day. 1 day. Yeah, I don't see volume here on the 1 day chart. But it broke down fairly quickly, and most of the volume was out by 11 a.m. I mean, it's possible. The markets have been devastating recently, and it's always possible I don't know how probable that a trader in Canada received a margin call on other trades, where he or she were leveraged. And Railtown you can't put on margins, so it's a source of capital that goes against your call 100%. Whereas if your whole account is on margin and you have a call that's urgent, your account might be under 25% equity. So if you sell $100,000 worth of Microsoft that you have on margin, you only get credit of 25 grand. But if you sold, I don't know, 150 grand of Railtown in Canada at 50 cents, you get 75 grand. You get credit 100% for that. Those kind of things can happen. I'm not saying it did. I'm trying to come up with explanations which have no bias. All human beings are exactly the same, and they all behave the same way. They all behave under stress the same way. They all behave the same way with responsibilities. They all behave the same way to build teams, to build businesses. They're all motivated identically. No bias. I should start a gender studies class, or a I don't know, some other unrealistic class about how all human beings are the same. But I'll go with it. I don't want to show any biases. That's a possibility. How likely? I don't know. It's one possibility. Would it make a difference if the company had announced Friday or Monday or Tuesday, or today was my deadline, that they had finished the acquisition of AIP Partners? Would it make a difference if there had been a margin call? No. In other words, there can be an externality that has nothing to do with anything. And I don't think it would make a single bit of difference. And I've been saying that. I don't think if they announce the completion of AIP, it's going to change the price of stock. I just don't see that. But that's in that day or two or three. It'll set up changing in the future. I think, I don't know if some of you are upset at management for not saying anything. If you're upset that this is just like any other story. If you're upset that, which I actually can understand, why does it take 11 months to close a friendly acquisition? But remember, there are no biases, so I can't give you a human explanation. What could I give you as a possible explanation for why it takes from January to December to complete a friendly acquisition? I guess there's maybe 3 or 4 possibilities. One, you haven't paid your attorneys, or you have an argument with your attorneys, or you negotiated a fixed rate with your attorney, a lump sum, so that the attorneys are no longer motivated to focus on your account first. Could be that. Trying to save money on attorneys could be one. Which I think is, pound foolish, penny wise. But it could be that. It could be that business is so big and your organization has expanded from 1 to 2 or 3 levels in your building for programmers and maybe salespeople, but your administrative staff hasn't really expanded. And one would say, well, that makes sense because you want to get your marketers going and you want your product engineered properly. But maybe business has blown up so much that whatever the staff is at Railtown to handle paperwork is overtaxed. Could be that. It could be that when they went out to get third-party valuations, both sides thought, hey, we're better than the other company. And when the evaluations came back, I'm assuming from Canaccord Genuity, they hired them. Maybe, making it up, my favorite split. Maybe it was 85% Railtown, 15% the network. And maybe they said, hey, that's not fair. We want more. We want 30%. Well, we're not going to give you 30%, but we'll go to 17.5 and we'll give you some shares that you can earn easily. So they compromise at approximately 22.5. But if we're going to do that, we want you to get every single one of your network to sign a ROFR or sign a re-up or sign a 18-month, 3-year tie-up with us. Because we want to roll up those companies. We don't want somebody else coming in. We don't want Langchain coming in and rolling them up. So maybe there was paperwork that had to be filled out one company at a time. I don't know. I don't know. Certainly negotiations without hurt feelings could take a few weeks. So that might be an explanation why it's taken 11 months. Regulators. Could be there's paperwork missing. Could be there's paperwork. Again, I don't want to give any biases, but there could be paperwork that has not been prioritized by somebody somewhere in the chain. And so it's slowing up the regulatory approval. Could be that, something like that. Could be in Canada, the bureaucracy just takes a long time. It's like going to the DMV. You want to get your license right away, but if you show any urgency or question policy, sir, go back to the back of the line. So when you're waiting for bureaucrats to do things, and I'm not giving any bias on any human being, just the category of bureaucrats. Sometimes the power dynamic isn't in your favor for as long as they have the power. So that could be an explanation. But overall, I cannot come up with a good business reason to allow a friendly acquisition to simmer for a year. I can't. It's nonsensical. But there might be a reason. There may be a reason that we don't know about. So human beings have no bias. That's fair. A guy like me should have no biases when looking at other human beings, none. But that would imply that all human beings' actions have the same results. Okay, I'll accept it. So these non-human reasons, these mechanical reasons for the delay in closing AIP have non-human consequences. The consequence is time is terribly destructive to all short-term trading ideas. Time murders short-term trading. Now, I don't think it changes the fundamentals, and it doesn't change the massive upside, which I'm about to show you in Railtown. I mean, the story just got better. The price just got better, unbelievably. But remember, there's three kinds of shorts, and yes, they're here. One is the organized targeting of the entire market cap of a company. If they can get a CEO, and they're good people, Their motives are all people are the same. I'm not judging them. But if a team who's dedicated to implement with good purposes the start of an attack on the entire market cap of a company, they've got to get the CEO to sign a toxic financing. And then you, again, just good human beings see an opportunity, and why not? A hedge fund. In the case of Lynn Partners, it's 4 hedge funds, and they're all good. So are they all honorable men. So they start selling, and they've got it systematized because they're, in addition to being good people, they're very smart people. They learn. And so they sell it down, and then they, in some cases, give the money in tranches with a backward-looking formula, because why not? You got to protect your interests. And as it comes down, the monies that have been sold, bringing the price downward, are used to buy the shares directly from the company or close out positions, or ideally, you can drive the whole complex down to be seller boxed. And you've seen it in MMTLP, MMAT, COSM, Logic, CRTD, Vocal, I guess that's the same, GTII, every great story that has come our way. Northwest Bio, you've seen that. So we know that goes on. That's one way of shorting. The second way, and they're all tied in together. But the second way, if the first gambit is in process or in progress, the other two automatically happen. But if the first one, taking the organized taking of the whole market cap, and I make no judgment about it. These are good people. It's just their strategy. I have no bias against them. The second methodology is that goes along with the first, but the second one is recognizing that in the over-the-counter markets and the NASDAQ markets, nobody cares. So you can break securities laws as a short, you can lie, and you can always arrange to have the company hire Mark Bazile, and there'll be a settlement. So you're not going to go to prison. So that backstop is that background is there. You got good guys covering your back. So what you try to do over a 20-25 year period is change the rules incrementally so no one notices. But you have a goal. Again, good people doing good things, sensible things. Such that in the over-the-counter markets and in the NASDAQ market, anything under $5, there are no buyers. There is no research. The thundering herd at Merrill Lynch and the more sophisticated corral at Morgan Stanley and the legion of registered advisors that act as wealth advisors, your Wells Fargo and these kind of firms, they cannot buy the stock. They can't solicit, and you're talking 100,000 brokers in the United States at a minimum. 100,000 brokers in the United States cannot recommend to their clients to buy these stocks. That buying is completely gone. Up with the bigger stocks like Elon Musk's Tesla, you can do this day trading, shorting. But on the other side, you've got the California Teachers Pension Fund. You've got the Fidelity Technology Fund. You've got the Merrill Lynch Asset Management Electric Vehicle Fund. You've got the Morgan Stanley Sci-Fi Fund. Well, they have analysts. They have people calculating the value, in their opinion, of Tesla. So the shorts can win for a bit, but then there's buying. But down in the over-the-counter market and down in the NASDAQ market, there's no buying by at least 100,000 brokers and their clients. Trillions of dollars cannot be invested in this market. So you've got a market where when supply goes up, demand doesn't go up. So it shifts the whole curve to low prices. It's just, so these guys, good guys, I mean, they're very good guys, recognize that when you have a stock in the over-the-counter market or NASDAQ, and it pertains to Canada as well, that once retail has spent their money once, that's all they can do. Because as a player in this space, perfect motivations, good people, who has developed his or her relationship with prime brokers, stock loan desks, and market makers, and has become what is known as a good client. In other words, a lot of commission. You know that retail can buy once and they get tired, they're done. Well, that's when you can come in and sell, but you don't sell once, you sell 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 times. It's because you got the rules changed. Motives are good, great motives. You got the rules changed. Great president who was so intelligent, he knew what he was doing. Obviously good motives. Changed the UCC code section 8 so that there's a securities entitlement. There's a pool of securities at DTC, and it allows for this what has a name to confuse you, the hypothecation and rehypothecation, and rehypothecation with many times of the one existing certificate. Rehypothecation is just selling the title to a house 100 times. It's theft, but they have a fancy word. And hey, and by the way, I have no bias against it. Those people, I have no bias against it. So what was the other thing they got passed? High frequency trading. They got laws changed. So it's, if they have short-term gains, 60% of that is treated as a long-term gain. They can write their losses off and their expenses off against their gains. And they also are allowed to do high frequency trading. It's for the benefit of you. I told you they're good people. They're really good people. So in exchange for de minimis commission, there's no market maker maintaining an orderly market anymore. These market makers are just fronts to take advantage of Reg Show exemption. So there's no market makers anymore. There's no buyers that could come in and say, aha, this stock is cheap. They're not allowed to bring their clients in. There's no research. There's no trading desk. There's no daily Squawk Box updates. So if you have this strategy with perfectly good motivation, you're going to sell stock using computer programs at high speed, and you're going to use dark pools to hide the trades and cross. Just watch the charts, and as you can break support, put the pressure on. Because you can sell 100, the same stock 100 different times. You can reconcile it later, and you've got that pool up there, you've got the derivatives contract, and of course you can always, tell a white lie. I mean, you're a good person, so no bias. They just, you're managing your business. So if you have to stretch the truth a little bit, it's okay. It's all good. It's all good. People are good. Everybody, no biases. So their goal, that's number 2 set, is day trading, shorts. Their goal is to go along with the first set or do it themselves, but they're not really risking their own money. They put up a fee, maybe. Every situation is different. But then they're using this house money or one of the hedge funds money. They make a deal. And, they hire really nice people that come on here to point out to you accurate things about me, point out very well thought out advice, and they're in such demand because they're so good that they have to protect their identity. Otherwise, they'd be swamped by requests for their kind help. So their goal is day trading. Your goal is to make money, and it's not for a day. Their goal is day trading. So they want to press the bet, always press the bet. And they do it over many stocks. I saw yesterday on the chart, and I hope I said it out loud, but damn it, it looks like it's in play. That in a spike it could go to 32.5. I think I said, I hope I'm wrong. Well, where the bid now is 33.6. But the volume's not that much. Since I went live. 100 shares just went off at $33.99. Somebody just had to sell $40 worth. And remember, I didn't mean to have any bias. That's a legitimate trade. 100 shares, perfectly good person. Sorry for my bias. So that's the day traders. Now, in this example, yesterday it was about 40,000 shares. Today it's 150. The opening price was 37 cents. But if they had blended it with maybe some trades they did at the end of the day last night, you could perceive, and it doesn't have to be one trade. It can be back and forth, back and forth. But 100,000 shares that they don't own, they don't intend to own, they may not have even borrowed, but hey, motivation is good. Just cleaning up the market over here, boss. Just wringing out excesses over here, boss. They're all good. No bias, no anger. So that trade with advantages that you don't have, but the regulators are good people too. They know that you don't need advantages because you're smart, and why you can buy once and they're on your side. Why don't you give advantages to the computer traders? I'm sure there's a good reason. So I don't want to be no bias, no anger. So anyway, on the day trading short, in this example, what we've just watched yesterday and today, fully conceivable that 100,000 shares were sold that they don't own. In the United States, I'm talking about. And they're driving it down. The low's $33.99. Now the bid's $32.8. It's conceivable they average 38 cents and they can cover it. Maybe their goal is to try to cover it at 33 cents. That's 5 cents plucked out of thin air because they remember, they're talented. They want to show you their talent. Their motive is good. They're going to take 5 cents out of the market. It's $5,000. A lot of you have to work to get $5,000, but they're trying to show you how easy it is to just make $5,000. All you got to do is build these relationships, have some documentation, and have the algorithmic computers. Well, that's the second short selling that goes on. Their goal is very short term. It's just to get that trade done. The third, and they all blend together, but the third is this name swing trading. In other words, carrying your short position for more than 1 or 2 days, carry it for a week, carry it for a month, manage the position. Now, these number 2 and number 3 have similar patterns, but one thing that happens, they both use, and so does number 1, but number 2 and number 3 can do this without the toxic hedge fund destruction. They can do this on their own. They use algorithmic computer trading. They can break the law let's not. It's a little unfair to say they're breaking the law, isn't it? They are interpreting the law. They're interpreting the law, and they have some attorneys that back them up. Let's put it that way. And so they can cause, in the short run, just a quick profit. But they can also see when a company puts out a news release and says, Railtown is pleased to announce it has entered into a MOU to acquire AIP Partners, the computers just start selling. And then in the body of the document, if it says Canaccord Genuity has been hired as their exclusive agent, the computers sell. If it says it's going to take a few weeks, the computers sell. To get to an LOI, they're going to sell. So you have all this selling coming in. Why? Because they have, in addition to doing just a quick day trade, they have 2 other goals. When they see an acquiring company strike a deal with the to be acquired company, they know that it all comes down to stock price. So the acquired company says, we're willing to spend $25 million to acquire you in stock. Okay, that sounds good to us. How much would that be? Well, it'd be, make it up. It'll be 100,000 shares. Well, that's fine. That's just fine. Let's get that done. Well, I got to announce it because the good people over in Congress and the good people at the regulatory office, in their kindness to investors, they make it a requirement that as a company, we've got to disclose what we're going to do before we do it. Okay, well, that seems fine. That seems fair. Well, the regulators and Congress have decided that the people that use the algorithmic trading and that leverage stock by rehypothecating to the nth degree need a little help. I mean, they they're good, smart people, but they have some disadvantages. So it would be unfair to ask them to disclose their trading strategy because you don't want to give, that's unfair. They have strategies. You don't want to give that away. And therefore, there's no need to disclose ahead of time what they're doing to us. We don't need to know that they're talking to each other using computers and that they're going to flood the market with 1 million shares that don't exist. That would be really unfair, the regulators have decided in Congress, to let you know in advance, before you make your decision, that 1 million shares of stock are going to flood the market that don't exist. It would be unfair to these guys. I mean, they're just trying to make a living. They got families. But in fairness to you, the regulators, the SEC, requires the company to let you know in advance that here comes an acquisition. You can factor that into your one decision to buy. The SEC and the regulators want to make sure that the hundreds and thousands of decisions to sell are protected. Everybody's good here. No anger at all. So what happens is these two, the day trading and then the swing trading shorts, they realize that all they have to do with their computers is to get the acquiring company, who's offered the to-be acquired company $25 million of stock, 100,000 shares in my example. Let's get the stock down to what we can. If we get it down to 12.5 cents, two things could happen. One is the acquiring company and the to-be acquired company get back together and say, wait a minute, we've got to change this deal because you offered me 25 million dollars worth of stock. It's now worth 12.5 million. All right, we'll double it. Let's, for the sake of argument, say this to-be acquired is gullible. He says, okay, or she says, okay. So now they've changed the number of shares from 100,000, whatever I said, 100 million, to they've doubled the amount of shares to get the deal done. What has that done? What has that done to the benefit of the acquisition? It's diluted the benefit per share. This is brilliant. So they've been able to sell stock in their goodness and with motives of gold. They've been able to sell multiples of stock they don't own without disclosing it. They don't have to disclose it because, then you'd know their strategy. It's just not right. I mean, these guys, it's a tough life they live. So that's the market you're in. So they start selling. What happens is, in that case, the stock now conceivably is worth half of what they started selling it for. So they win. That's one scenario. Second scenario, the acquiring company and the to-be acquired company duke it out, pissed off, and they break up the deal. Well, that has the benefit of now out in the market, everyone was counting on the merger for earnings and synergy, and it broke up. What do you think is going to happen? A lot of selling. So they win there. That's the second scenario from their strategy, which we're not allowed to be forewarned. What's the third thing? The acquiring company and the to-be acquired company agree to go ahead, but the acquiring company needs money from Canaccord Genuity in a financing. Brilliant. So these good people have sold it down, and guess what? So grateful for them. They've put a pool of money together in preparation to help the CEOs of the combined company have cash to get their transaction done. I mean, these are some really good people. I've been unfair, really unfair. To have any bias towards anyone, I've been unfair. So what happens then is these people who have sold all this stock, they just transfer money over. They get a bunch of goodies like warrants and etc., but they also get that price differential. And being good people, they just, they send that offshore. It has a benefit to someone, so we don't want to criticize that. So what happens, though, is the company tends to enter into toxic financing, so you can keep selling. And then as the stock breaks certain requirements, you go in with your advice, which of course is good. It's good advice, to do a reverse split, to stay listed on NASDAQ. They're very caring people there. Very talented too. They have a new person in charge over at NASDAQ, and she had a meteoric rise through Carlisle. Extremely talented person. I've been unfair in criticizing her, having any bias at all. So she wants you to stay on her exchange. All you got to do is get your stock back to $1. Easy enough. We'll do a reverse split. Wow. And we'll give you another financing. Man, these who could have thought there's such well-motivated people out there? So the goal with all three short strategies is to, on the benefit of the good, on the benefit of the country, the benefit of free markets everywhere, the goal is to, as they say it jokingly, I'm sure it's just a bit of humor. Let's have some fun with retail, they'll say. And the goal is to take money from retail and from the shareholders and drive the stock to a low price without a closing transaction, so you can avoid paying taxes. Again, perfectly good. No reason to be upset. So anyway, February 11th, Railtown did make those mistakes. Now, a CEO is not going to know that that's a mistake. But he had no choice. He had to announce the acquisition. So there has been a lot of selling for the last 10 months. Now, is it selling as an arbitrage against Canada? Is it selling during the day that's covered in a dark pool at night? Is it just selling that stays open? We don't know. Because in their wisdom, Congress has decided that the one thing in society where there should be a remaining scintilla of privacy is for these people to be able to exercise their strategy. Other areas, your phone, your credit cards, your banks, your internet usage, travel, walking in an airport, driving down the highway, your medical records. None of that has to be private. None of that has to be private. But this one area should be, and I'm sure the motivation is all good. So that's one thing that's really affected Railtown for the last year. Selling. Well, in their wisdom, the regulators also put a restriction on companies if they have to talk to investment bankers, if they have to talk to their attorneys, if they have to talk to their accountants, if they have to talk to consultants, if they have to talk to their largest investors, if they have to talk to institutions, if they have to talk to family offices, if they, just by being a member of management or the board, are included in conversations regarding the merger, they can't. Now remember, all the big brokerage houses, hundreds of thousands of brokers, can't recommend the purchase of stock. There's no research. So into this tough environment for these guys that do the algorithmic shorting is so tough for them. I mean, they got families. Come on. You can't expect them, please. They've worked hard all their life. So in that situation, you can't allow buyers to come in who know the true value of the company in the future and the value of the revenue. You can't allow those buyers to come in. You can't do it for 10 months, 11 months. And it's possible these sellers, through their attorneys, who good people, man, these are good attorneys. They're very good attorneys. Some of the best in the world. Tremendous ethics. But there may be ways that they can slow down that transaction. Just to, hey, we're making a living over here. We don't want to really explain it to you, but we need a little time. That could happen. Knowingly or unknowingly, to the regulators or to the other side. So that's been the pond we're in for the last 10 or 11 months. Excess selling and no buying from anybody that knows what they're talking about. Anybody that can give a value to the company, they can look at it and say, hey, like I'm saying, this is mispriced. And that we've been in that situation from February 11th to today. And it hasn't changed. I've made targets predicated, I thought, on very reasonable timelines to finish legal documents, for example. I think I incorporated a lot of bias in there. I don't think I allowed for my own bias, and I forgot that attorneys have a life and regulators have a life and administrators have a life, and hey, sometimes things take a longer time, and I should have factored that in. But I forgot. I'll do better. So we're still in that situation as I'm talking to you today. The company cannot tell you its revenue or its revenue projections. The company cannot overly promote its story. The company cannot explain to you its arrangement with TELUS more fully. The company cannot explain its strategy to roll up companies at AIP. And they're selling. So the stock's 35 cents. The low today is 33 cents. And you look at it and you say, oh, there's got to be something wrong. I look at it and say, I wish I had 35 grand. That's what I live. But maybe I'm just hopelessly devoted to you. So I think some of you had an instinct that the stock was going to go down. I think Bill Miko did. Some others, some really kind people came here and gave you advice. that it was a scam and it was going to go down. So it has now. It has gone down now. I think it's too late to sell. That doesn't mean it won't go lower in a spike. I mean, this stock could be set up for a cataclysmic sell-off that just happens in one big shudder, and then it snaps back up so fast you can't even believe it. It could do something like that. I don't think so. I think we've seen the worst of it. It looks like, to me, it looks like somebody got in trouble and had to sell a lot of stock. And in Canada, not here. I don't know. But who knows? Who knows? So if it's too late to sell, what do we do? Well, the markets have been under a lot of pressure for the last week or so. That may be because the federal government shut down spending for, 43 days. And that may have had an impact. It may be the Michael Burry bet against so-called AI. AI is a big, broad definition. He just took a short in two stocks, Palantir and I think NVIDIA. Could be that. It could be that people are scared about earnings on NVIDIA today. So we've all become short-term traders on NVIDIA. We're all waiting for see what happens with NVIDIA. If NVIDIA doesn't blow people away tonight in a good sense, if it just meets its whisper targets, the market will be down tomorrow. If it misses its targets, the stock market's going to severely correct tomorrow. But I have a feeling NVIDIA is going to beat its estimates nicely, and we're going to see a turnaround in the market, but I don't know about in one day. But in that context of a big sell-off, people sell what they have. If they have margin calls, or if they don't want to give up on Bitcoin and they have to have some money, they sell what they have. And that could explain some selling in Railtown, or it's and/or. It could be and/or with some shorting going on. I don't think in Railtown there is this dedicated shorting to destroy the company. So that's a blessing for us. But there's going to be your day traders in there. They know human psychology. That's why they use computers. So what do? I suggest to you, we try to come up with what we think the value of Railtown is. Now, I want to show you a few things, but I'm going to have to go through your comments first. But one question you can have, well, if Railtown's doing so well, where's their revenues? It's a good question. We don't know about their revenues. I'm not allowed to put a name on this period between February 11th and today, but during that period of time, they haven't been able to talk about their revenues. Does that mean they don't exist? Well, the stock's telling you that. Maybe. And certainly, if it turns out there are very disappointing revenues, we can point and say, hey, the stock market knew something. Personally, I don't think that's the case. The system I just described about shorting goes on in every stock. I've never seen a company beat it who has taken toxic financing. Railtown hasn't taken toxic financing, and Railtown's actually a Canadian stock. Wolf looks like it's starting to beat it, but at the cost of huge dilution, and it sold back off. I don't know where Energy Vault is now, but it had sold off. It's still up. It's still up. So I think the question we should look at is, what is the value of Railtown? Now, I did it yesterday, and I'm going to do it again before we sign off. But yesterday's numbers, I suggested to you, and we'll do it again. And we'll start from scratch. So you can always do this at home. But I think there's 6 sources of revenue for Railtown next year. I don't want to show it to you because I'll lose your messages, but I have to call to your attention that Langchain raised $125 million to develop a product they haven't fully developed yet, but they do have customers apparently. They raised $125 million at a $1.25 billion valuation. They do almost the same thing as Railtown. Now I have to say, that's a risk that all the kind people who were doing their best, getting paperwork and agreements done, that's one risk that we are exposed to, is that Sequoia Capital gets Langchain's name out there as the best in class, the first to market, to solve the problem that Railtown has solved. That's just the nature. But I've agreed not to assign biases toward any people at all. So we just have to assume that they're doing their best. It must be God's will that Railtown takes on the extra burden of having to come second to the market, proving that they're first to market, best in class, and they've already solved the problem. Their name is conductor, but everyone in 40% of the Fortune 500 stock developers are already using the Langchain methodology. But hey, it's life. We'll have to deal with it. And it's all out of goodness. It's all good. That is a risk. I think the market is so gigantic, it can have room for Payne Weber, Merrill Lynch, E.F. Hutton, and Dean Whittier. There's plenty of room. I also think that Railtown is better, and Railtown has a unique situation in Canada. Yes, smaller than the United States, bigger than Rhode Island. Rhode Island could kick their ass in a war maybe, but the Canadian market is bigger than Rhode Island. So they have almost, in essence, captured clients because of the Canadian campaign. So I think it's going to be okay. I think Railtown's going to be able to build their reputation, build their brand and their name on the backs of this sovereign Canada campaign. And I think they're going to win versus LangChain. But anyway, in the meantime, Sequoia, who have extremely highly educated, highly dedicated personnel, know how to value deals, know how to value AI, know how to project forward what AI, they think AI is going to do, and the kind of returns investors are going to get. In their best judgment, they decided that LangChain, relatively new, couple of years, I think, 3 years, 2.5 years, relatively new product, but very recently starting to generate revenues, June, in fact. And apparently they extrapolated a rough number for June, and they extrapolated that to annual recurring revenues as an estimate of $12 to $16 million a year for LangChain. Now, obviously, the valuation implies they expect that revenue to grow. But that moment in time when they priced the deal, 12 to 16 million was the estimate for annual recurring revenue. They priced it at 1.25 billion, roughly 80 to 90x. Another way to look at it right at this moment, this is one thing I'd like you to consider as you try to come up with what you think the value of Railtown is. Railtown is currently valued by the market, which has an absence of buyers, whether it's for a reason or maybe those buyers know they shouldn't be buying it. They'd rather give their money to the managers at Sequoia and indirectly buy a piece of LangChain. Maybe that's what's going on. But for whatever reason, currently, Railtown trades at a 25x discount to LangChain. Let me say it in reverse. If Sequoia had Railtown as Sequoia's private client, it is conceivable those same minds would value Railtown at or better than LangChain. So Railtown should be trading 25x higher right now, just based on comps. Just based on comps. But there's only one comp, LangChain. LangChain was valued by some pretty smart people at 1.25 billion. Railtown is essentially 50 million today. That is Railtown to be equivalent to LangChain. That's 25x higher. Well, if we take the last price for Railtown, 35 cents, 35.39 on the ask. Well, let's take the last trade price, 34.9. 34.9. And we multiply it by 25, that gives a target of $8.72.5. That's one valuation method, comparing it to a comp. Now, that comparison, obviously, is based on the AIP deal not closing in terms of number of shares, which it's the Railtown conductor product that is comparable to LangChain. So that's fine. That makes sense. Makes perfect sense. But if you adjust it for the AIP, well, then all of a sudden, the market cap becomes fully diluted, this price will come down. Let me just do it 49 million 676. If you divide it by the fully diluted shares plus the 50 million, it's roughly 225 million shares. So it's a little less. So that gives you a target of, I made a mistake. I've made some sort of mistake here. I just got to write this number back in. Oh, I know what I'm doing. I'm doing it for the current price. I have to do it for the Carlisle, the Sequoia price. Yeah, that's $5.55. So if you use the number of shares after the AIP deal, the price of the comp would give you $5.55 a share. That's the value of Railtown today. So while we look here in wonderment and maybe a little bit of shock, the smart thing that looks like to do is you can buy a stock that's trading 25x below what the Sequoia people would value Railtown for if you accept the assumption that Railtown is equal to or better than Lang Chains in a huge market that they're addressing. So it sounds like by that measure, Railtown's cheap. It's not a time to sell. It's a time to aggressively buy, or at least hold on. That's one way of valuing it. Another way to value it is on these revenues that we did yesterday, and just to cut to the chase, 52 million in revenues for 2026. We'll try to do this again. That's from hosting, that's from roll-ups, that's from already announced existing revenue deals. That's the cross-selling revenue deals inside of the network. And then a very small number for Railtown's pipeline of other revenue deals we haven't heard of. And then finally, Tellus's hosting of their own customers, Tellus's customers using Railtown, and then all these brand new relationships outside of AIP will be hosted at Tellus. So that's another source of revenue. And yesterday we came up with a number of 52,500,000 in revenue. So the question is, what multiple do you put on that? Do you put a multiple that reflects that Bill Burry is calling for NVIDIA to crash and AIP is, AI is in a bubble, all AI, and that every data center that's out there cannot be built, and that everybody who owns a computer is going to stop storing photos and stop running games, and businesses are going to stop using software. Should we do it to that level? Maybe. That's how the stock's trading. Or should we be optimistic and go to the other extreme and say that, like Morgan Stanley says, like a couple other famous people say, that AI is going to add trillions of dollars with a T to productivity around the world, trillions a year. Well, some of the things are, something like 3 trillion by 2028, but huge additions to global GDP. Which should we go, dire or soup, Morgan Stanley optimistic? I don't know. We do have a guideline. I've shown it to you before. I paid for it. The AI deals, the acquisitions and funding before 25, from 2024 back 5 years, the lowest was right around 12.5 times. And that matches up with the 12x that, I can't find it now, this research did, this capital research. I don't know where, I showed it to you yesterday, now I can't find it. Here it is. This was written a year and a half ago, and they used 12x. So instead of 12.5, let's just use 12x. That'd be one measure. We in that study of 90 plus deals done before this year, the high was something like 55x. So let's call that 50x. And the midpoint, or the average, was, I forget, like 27 or 28x. Let's call it 25x. Since then, I've shown you some transactions. Let's look at the Sequoia transaction. Let's use the high end of the range, 16 million, not the highest level. They valued that at 1.25 billion, divided by 16 million in revenue. That's 78 multiple. So let's add that in. I showed you the SoundHound as a comparable, just because SoundHound actually is projected to do about what I think Railtown will be projected to do next year. I came up with this number with you yesterday of 52 million, but I think Railtown for 2026 will show 150 to 200 million in projected revenue. But I tried to be conservative yesterday. I think that target's conservative, by the way, 150 to 200 million. Well, that's in line with SoundHound. Now, SoundHound is currently trading based on revenue of something like, I think it's 78 million, but let's ignore that. If we compare it to what it is anticipated to do next year, SoundHound has a market cap today, it's down, a market cap, at least maybe last night, it's down 3 cents, 5.56 billion. And earnings of, let's take that midpoint, 175 million estimated next year. So it's a multiple of 31.77. Let's just call it 30. All right, so we'll add that in, 30x. Now I've shown you some transactions that have gone as high as 100, 150, 200, and one was either 205 or 250. Let's not use 200 at all. Let's just not use that. But I think it's worth putting in 100. We won't even use 150. But a lot of the deals now are going off at valuations between 100 and 200 and even higher X. Let's just use 100. So I'm going to use 12X, 25X, 30X, 50X, 78X, and 100X. You know what else I'm going to put in there? I'm going to put in Finger. Finger right now is trading at, or last night, I guess, at 82 million in market cap. Railtown trades at 50 million. I guess Finger's a better company, if you believe prices tell you all information. You know, you don't have to do your own homework. It's already in the price. That's true probably up when they're shorting Tesla, because on the other side are motivated longs studying it with research, with trading desks, with buying power. But down here, I don't think it's true, but some people still insist that that stock price is telling you something. So at 82 million, they do roughly 35 million in revenue a year. They lose money, but that's 2.34. Let's just call it 2.5. Let's just call it 2.5, because I can't remember the revenue number. And I'm rounding up that it'd be a little bit, so I'll use 2.5x as well. All right, so does that cover the waterfront? I calculated revenues that I expect are very low. I showed them to you. We'll do it again. But before I do that, I just want to answer the question, what is the value today of Railtown? We just did the calculation. And when I say today, what I mean is using forward revenues. LangChain is valued today, or a month ago, at 1.25 billion, based on annual revenue of 12 to 16 million. Obviously, they're priced it for future results. But, all right, so one measurement is the comp for LangChain. The Sequoia came up with it. I didn't. The shorts didn't. And that equates to $8.72 a share. Now, in fairness, we should adjust it for the AIP acquisition. And if we do that, it works out today $5.55 a share. So you can buy Railtown today at $34.83. So if we take that 555 number, it's 16. You can expect, if you buy the stock today at this lower number, that you can make 16 times your money when the stock reflects Sequoia's valuation, if Sequoia is correct. Do you think Sequoia is correct? I don't know. All right, so let me do these others with you. Now, the revenue that I calculated assumed a little bit of a roll-up, not very much. So I'm not going to use 350 million, but at the same time, I'm not going to use 225 million. I'll use 250 million shares, fully diluted. Now you can quibble with that, but you got to start somewhere. So if we take yesterday's estimate, I think it'll become clear by the first quarter of next year. It might be the end of the first quarter. But forward 12-month revenue, just like Langchain was valued for the revenue of June and being annualized roughly, if we take the revenue of 52,500,000, which is from those 6 sources of revenue I just read out to you, and we'll start with the finger motion comp. Finger motion currently trades at 2.5 times revenue. A little less, but 2.5 times revenue. We'll start there. And this is going to be very low, obviously. 52,500 times 2.5. It's 131 million would be the valuation of Railtown if my projections are correct, 52 million. Obviously, if they're higher, it'd be higher. And if we use finger motions multiple to revenue of 2.5. So let's divide that by 250 million shares. That gives a price of 52.5 cents. So if we use it, now you can do it yourself. My numbers from yesterday, which we'll go back over again, from hosting, it's in the documents. I didn't make it up. It's in the documents that Railtown provided. They have currently 120 million spent on hosting. They're going to move to TELUS. What we don't know, how much is it going to cost to host at TELUS, and what's the revenue share? We don't know that. So I took it from 120 down to 100 million, and I said they'll make an eighth. They'll make an eighth. That's a fairly minimal override in any oil and gas deal, so it sticks in my head. I mean, that's usually what federal lands charge. Actually, it's low, but So that was 12.5 million. And then with the roll-ups, they've already identified 3 to 5 roll-ups that they're going to go after. I'm sure they'll wait till the stock price is higher. And then I went through a whole calculation. We know there's 400 million in revenue in that network. So if they're going to roll up the ones they like the best, I bet they're going to roll up a lot of revenue. But I just said 20 million. I didn't say 400 million. I didn't say 40 million. 10%. I said 20 million. 5% of that they roll up. And then they, the network has 5,000 companies and users, 5,000 that they're going to cross-sell to. And the whole premise is, as Dr. Tom Core said in a press release, we see broad application or broad utility, I forget his exact word, for Conductor across all of our user base. Broad applicability, I think he said. So I assumed 15 companies out of 5,000 make a deal with Railtown's Conductor. And I assumed they only make 500,000 a year on those contracts. So that was 7.5 million. And then I had to come up with a number for the press released deals, revenue deals that Railtown has already made to us. And they made about 5 or 7 or 8. They've already made those announcements, but I just focused on one of the announcements, Uniserve, who has 3,000 clients, small and medium-sized businesses, and they're going to cross-sell, if you want to use that word, but they're going to sell Railtown's platform to their own customers. And I just used, out of those 3,000 companies, basically they sign up 5 at 500,000 a year, 2.5 million. That seems low. And then there's the Railtown pipeline we don't know about outside of the AIP. Since I don't know, I just put 1 million there. That's two customers at 500,000 a year. Then what I added was TELUS has this sovereign AI factory. We already know that the AIP spend, the network spend, is going to be transferred to TELUS as much as possible. We don't know when, but remember, the when doesn't matter. The projectability of it matters. But there's 2 other aspects, if you think it through, that's not included in that could be part of the revenue share. One is TELUS has its own customer base. It's pretty massive. I don't know how many are corporate, though. I really don't know. But TELUS has an incentive to win competition because apparently the Conductor tool, it may be the same, LangChain might be better, who knows, but LangChain's not in Canada. Railtown is. They need that layer to provide their AI computational power to their clientele. They need Conductor, apparently. Now, is it going to be all of TELUS's clients? Or is it going to be a few? I really don't know. Then the other thing we don't know, including their existing pipeline that we don't know about, their pipeline they've already announced to us but also any new customers outside of AIP. Obviously, Railtown is going to host those at TELUS because they have a revenue sharing deal. So I have no clue, but TELUS is big. It's a $30 billion company with $20 billion in annual revenue. I just used 9 million. So I came up with a 52.5. And if we assumed a multiple equivalent to finger motions, that would be worth 52.5 cents right now in the stock. But you're not, maybe you don't agree. I mean, that's fine. You're going to say to me, the stock price, if you're right, why isn't anybody buying? Well, I tried to explain that all of Canaccord's clients are not being told about this story. And if they know it, they can't buy it. It's an exclusive arrangement, so there's no other investment bank up in Canada telling the story. Retail at Canaccord, the retail brokers, they can't solicit orders. There's no research in Canada right now. There was that piece we read through the other day, but it was more of a marketing piece, like an article. You'd have to be searching for it. Nobody is going to pick up the phone and say, hey, Steve, I think you should be buying this stock. All of the big knowledgeable buyers, and two stand out to me. Two of the founders of AIP stand out to me as buyers of Railtown. One is John Ruffalo, who founded Mavericks 1 with $500 million. And he just launched Mavericks 2 with $500 million or more, 700 million max, Canadian dollars, with a mandate to invest in Canadian and North American, but primarily Canadian technology companies with this sovereign mandate, but also companies doing 10 million in annualized revenue up to maybe 50, 100 million, that range, 10 million to 100 million in annualized revenue, which that fits the definition of Railtown, best we know. But Railtown could go back beyond that very quickly. But right now, that fits that parameter. And his targeted investment as a non-control investor is $50 to $60 million minimum per company. Mavericks 2 is such an obvious buyer of Railtown. It stands out like a zit on a 16-year-old teenager going on his first date, on his nose. It's so obvious. So why isn't he in here buying? Well, maybe his fund isn't all closed yet, but I think it is. But the biggest reason he's not in here buying is the regulators, in their wisdom, they want to make sure that insiders and people who know the best and have the money are precluded from buying shares if it can be presumed that they have access to material insider information. And they have access. John Ruffalo has access to the information I used with you, which you have access to, that I came up with this revenue. But if John Ruffalo's Mavericks bought right now, he'd get sued by attorneys, they're all good people, for trading on insider information and saying, hey, my class of clients, they would have purchased the stock at 35 cents if they had known. But they didn't know. You knew John Ruffalo, so you took advantage of my clients. And massive lawsuit, massive settlement, barred from the industry. That's why John Ruffalo's Mavericks is not buying the stock right now. Now, is it simply AIP? I think so, because that's a big, those revenue numbers, that transfer of the AIP spend to TELUS at 100% margin. Did I tell you that Langtrax doesn't make any money? Zero. And they have a burn rate? Did I tell you that? John Ruffalo knows that his network that he founded, they're spending, it's probably over 120 million by now because it's more companies, on hosting elsewhere. They can bring that to TELUS. He knows that deal. He probably negotiated part of the deal, or it crossed his desk as somebody else negotiated it. Corey probably said, hey, what do you think of this? He cannot buy. The single most obvious buyer of Railtown cannot buy while the reindeers play their games. Now, what would it look like if he were to buy? Well, he'd have to get approval from his own fund that he runs and founded. He'd have to get approval from the investment committee to allocate capital to a stock under $1. Would he need research to do that? No, he wouldn't. He knows the story. Would he need extensive due diligence to do that? No. He knows the story. Would he have to have a long in-person meeting with Corey Brandolini before he did that with his investor committee? No. He knows Corey. So why isn't he buying right now? Because he can't. He's not allowed to. Now, I don't know what it is up in Canada, but I'm sure that Mavericks 2 has an attorney who is going to say, if they announce that the AIP, or file that the AIP deal is completed, I don't want you buying stock for a day or 2 days. She might tell him, I don't want you buying for a week. I don't know. But they want to make sure that in the future, no competing attorney can sue and say, you had advantages over my class of investors. So he can't buy. But what would it look like if he starts buying? Well, if he can spend 50 million Canadian, I guess, on a 50-cent stock, he'd go buy 100 million shares. I don't think he's going to do that. But when you see that 50 million, which is his target investment per company, works out to 100 million shares, it makes sense that he might buy 5 or 10% of the company. He might go out and buy 10 million shares for $5 million. Now that's a lot less than 50 million. I don't know. He could try to invest 50 million. He could. If he paid an average of $5 a share, I think that would be 10 million shares. So that might be it. Maybe what he says is to his investment committee, let's buy 10 million shares of Railtown, which is less than 5%. Let's see what it is. Yeah, it's about 4.5% of the company. Let's buy 10 million shares of Railtown up to $5 or up to $6 or $7, as long as we average $5. That would be 4.5% of the company. If Mavericks were to do that, buy 10 million shares of Railtown, it would change the price dynamics instantly. The bid would be firm. This pickpocket short selling would stop. There would probably still be arbitrage back and forth between the countries. But Mavericks would not be able to buy 10 million shares at 44 cents. Now you could say to me, how did we buy our 15,553,463 shares? How did we do that? I would argue that we bought it by the spitting out of shares, securities entitlements from the computers in the United States. But up in Canada, I don't think those computers hum at the speed they do down here, not in the face of that kind of buying. I mean, it's possible. It's possible they give Mavericks the first 2 or 3 million shares before they change the settings on their computer. It's possible. But that stock's going to go up to $5, $6, $7 on that Mavericks order. And do you think Mavericks has an incentive to be first? What do you think? He founded AIP. Do you think he's going to let some other fund out there beat him to the punch? It just doesn't make sense. Do you think he's changed his mind? He studied Conductor. He's got a network of companies that do 400 million in revenue. Any one of those companies he could have gone to and said, hey, we need your revenues. Let's go public. Instead, he said, and by the way, they curated those. They've looked at probably hundreds, if not thousands more. And he said, hey, why don't you buy us? Now, it is true that Railtown's already public, and maybe that had an added benefit. I don't know. But, man, has he changed his mind on Conductor? Has he changed his mind on AIP? I don't think so. Mavericks is a glaringly obvious buyer of Railtown. And you're going to say, well, if that's so, why aren't they buying now? Well, I hope I bored you by pointing out they just are not allowed to. And they might not be allowed to for another week. And then once that week passes, maybe they'll take their time for other reasons. I don't know their internal workings. But I do know that he is hardworking, dedicated to Canada, and dedicated to technology. And that's your obvious buyer. Who's another buyer? Who's another founder of AIP? Mike Nobrega. What was his role? Yeah, he ran OMERS, OMER, Ontario Municipal Employee Retirement System, for almost a decade. He ran it. Now, what do those two guys have in common? Because Ruffalo at that time was with OMERS. They were the foundational investor in Constellation Software for $25 million when the stock was, I think, $1, but let's say under $10 in its IPO, I think in 2006. Monies which mostly went to pay off, to give an exit to Toronto Dominion Bank or Bank of America, one of them. Do you know where Constellation Software went? $5,000 a share. It's not there right now. I think it's at $3,000 because the CEO is stepping down. What's the model that Constellation Software used? Rolling up software companies. What's the business plan of AIP? Rolling up software companies called AI companies. So Mike Nobrega no longer is at OMERS. But do you think he still maintains contacts and credibility at OMERS? I do. So your second obvious buyer for Railtown is OMERS. That's a lot bigger, I think. Well, I don't know if the fund that would target Railtown is bigger than Mavericks, but OMERS is bigger. I don't know. Yeah, OMERS is bigger than Mavericks by far, by far. It's 100 billion versus less than a billion. But OMERS is another obvious buyer. Do you think Mike Nobrega has changed his mind about his business model at AIP? Do you think that Mike Nobrega doesn't know about the revenue of the network of companies? Do you think Mike Nobrega doesn't know the value of the transfer of the hosting revenue to TELUS and what the revenue deal is back to Railtown? Do you think Mike Nobrega doesn't know that? Do you think Mike Nobrega doesn't know the power of the cross-selling? Do you think Mike Nobrega, who was quoted saying how good Conductor is, do you think he's changed his mind? Do you think Mike Nobrega's worried about Langchain? I don't. I think your second obvious buyer is OMERS. Those are two. That's all you need, two. Each trying to buy 5 to 10% of the company. Do you think they're not going to do it? Do you think that they're going to let the Fidelity funds come in and beat them to the punch in their own idea? I don't think so. Yeah, but why aren't they buying now? They can't. Well, surely the news would get out if you're right, everything's so good. Well, I don't know what it's like in Canada. Seems like their regulators are pretty serious and it's a smaller market. I don't know, I would take the risk if you're talking about your fortune. Why would Mike Nobrega tell some friends what's going on? And if one of his friends buys the stock, Mike Nobrega loses his fortune. What's in it for him to do that? I don't buy it. I don't buy that somehow the fact that someone isn't cheating and buying the stock based on material inside information that they weren't supposed to hear. I don't think the stock price of Railtown is telling you a thing about what's coming. I think the two clear buyers of Railtown are going to be OMERS Ventures probably, and Mavericks. If they each go in for 10 million, what if they each went in for 15 million shares? What do you think is going to happen to the stock price? And then, since they're the founders of AIP and they own Railtown stock, and they've got 400 companies to roll up. What happens when the stock price goes to $5 or $6 or $7 or $8? All of a sudden, the stock can be used as currency to roll up companies without issuing a lot of stock. That's what's coming. That's what's coming. Is it in the stock price? No, it's not in the stock price. You're frozen. I'm frozen because I don't have any money. But the stock doesn't reflect what's coming. If Sequoia were here and this weren't public right now, Sequoia were here, they'd already do a deal at, in my judgment, $5 billion valuation. Railtown's a better story than Langchain. Yeah, if you're right, the stock would be up. Yeah, I guess that's what makes a market. I think this is the greatest buying opportunity. I can't believe you have this opportunity to buy this stock. All right, let's go down this list. So I used the revenue that I guesstimated yesterday, $52,500,000 for 2026, which I think could be low by many multiples. I think they could show 200, 300, 500 next year. But let's go with this. So I gave you the multiple of finger motion, which many of you love and know and are familiar with. And you know the revenue, roughly 30 to 35 million a year. And the market cap is 80, 85 million. So I use that. That comes out with a target price for Railtown of 52.5 cents a share. All right, let's use the research reports. This report was written in July of 2024 with a target of $2 a share, but down here they use 12x. 12x on 27, the year 27 estimated revenue. So let's use 12x and see what happens. 52,500,000 times 12 gives a modest $630 million valuation. We'll divide it by 250 million shares, which gives about 27, 28 million shares to spend to bring in, what did I say? To bring in 20 million, I think I said 20 million. Yeah. So that gives you a target price of $2.52. Okay, let's do it at the average of the multiples of over 90 deals valued and acquired prior to 2025, which I've shown you many times. I think the average was 27 or 28, but let's use 25 multiple. That's a 1.312,500 billion value. We'll divide it by 250 million. That gives you a target price of $5.25. Yeah, but if this is true, why isn't the stock? Why aren't there buyers there? I think I've answered that. But you don't have to believe it. You don't have to believe it. So let's do now 30x, which is the SoundHound multiple. Which is an AI company that makes no money, who I think is going to do the similar revenue next year as Railtown. In other words, much higher than my number here. I think Railtown will show 150 to 200 million at some point going forward, with probably 50% or higher margin on average. It's pretty powerful. Remember, LangChain makes no money. SoundHound makes no money. Remember that. SoundHound currently trades higher than this, but let's just say 30x multiple. That's a little over 1.5 billion market cap. So that's $6.30. Now, that study that I purchased wasn't that expensive. The high end of that range was something like 55x, something like that. So let's just see what happens at 50x, which is, I think, low for deals being valued today. But let's use 50x and see what happens. That's 2.6 billion. So you can guess the per share price if I divide it by 250 million shares, $10.50. Just two more to go. The next one is the LangChain multiple. And I'll use it as is, 70, because it was a range from 12 million to 16 million. I used 16 million instead of anything lower. So I'll just use it as is, 78x. 78x. That's $4 billion. And that's $16.38. And finally, just to give a high number, even though this is not the highest out there, we'll use 100x instead of on 150 or 200. But there's dozens, if not hundreds, of companies out there at these high multiples for valuation. So that's pretty easy. It's going to be 5.25 billion divided by 250 million. Gives you $21 a share. Okay, so let's put some of that down on my board so I can show you. I'm going to take the comp right now, 872. I'm going to take that down and just use this one, 555, because this one is using the Yahoo market cap, which doesn't reflect how many shares will be out there once AIP is concluded. So that calculation is 16x, and you've already seen that one. So now let's do the finger multiple. Gives you 52 cents a share. The 12x multiple gives you $2.52 a share. The 25x gives you $5.25 a share. $5.25 a share. The SoundHound comparable, based on the multiple, gives you $6.30 a share. The 50x gives you $10.50 a share. The Lang Chain multiple, or should I call it the Sequoia multiple, gives you $16.38 per share. The 100x gives you $21 a share. The stock currently is trading on November 18th at 34 cents and a quarter, 0.3425. By Q1 next year, the finger multiple 52 cents, 12x, which is low, that's the research multiple, $2.50. 25x, using more shares outstanding, is $5. Using the 16x, just market cap to market cap, from, I guess this was SoundHound, or this was Lang Chain. This was Lang Chain. $5.55. And then the SoundHound multiple, using 30x, basically 30x. It should be higher, $6. Using 50x, $10. Lang Chain as Sequoia, $16. And 100x, $21. Now, if you want to just say you're full of crap, I've never seen more talking out of let's say I'm wrong by 90% in my numbers. So let's say I'm wrong by 90%. Let's just take 10% of of all this work. Because it's all, I mean, if I were right, it'd be in the stock price by now. The finger valuation, 10% of it, pretty paltry, huh? 5 cents. 12x, 25 cents. You see it, 52 cents, 55 cents, 63 cents, $1.05. The Lang chain at 10% of Lang chain is $1.63, and 100x, 10% of it, 210. Guys, Railtown is selling at a discount unless you believe that the company is entirely a scam and it has nothing and it's never going to make revenue and it's going bankrupt. Railtown is selling not only at a discount, they're practically giving it away to you like green stamps. You should be buying today. All right, I'll go down your comments. The last trade is 34.25, 34.03 to 35, 161,000 shares. And someone had to sell 100 shares at the bid. Very well motivated. I have no bias. I am a bias-free zone. Then I have no explanation for human behavior, but I do have explanation for some of the mechanical stuff. You know, you don't have to cut my numbers by 90%. You can cut them in half. If you cut them in half, it'd be 25 cents. The finger way, it'd be $1.25 at 12x. It would be $2.70 on the 25x. On the Soundhound comparison, it'd be $3.10. On the 50x, it'd be $5.25. The Lang chain comparison at a 50% discount would be $8.10. And we're frozen. We're frozen. It's so funny. We know what the shorts do. We've learned it. This is an opportunity to take all the lessons we've had, all the hurt, all those scars, all the memory, and flip it on its head. Why? There is no toxic deal here. There is no toad wanting it all. It doesn't exist here. Secondly, the company does not need to do a financing with the criminals. Just doesn't need to do it. So there won't be toxic financing. Thirdly, the buyers are missing. So there's not a real price discovery here. When that changes, you're going to discover the real price and you go, I should have had a V8. Fourthly, there's 6 sources of revenue, one of which is described on multiple pages in here. You just have to put the clues together. If you just look at that one, if you just look at the one source of revenue at 100% payout, which is moving the spend to be hosted on either Microsoft or Amazon or what are the other ones? I guess NVIDIA or there's 3 or 4 hosting services. Those are going to come to TELUS. Just that alone, at an eighth, it's 12.5 million. At 15%, it's 15 million. Just that alone, at 100% payout. Why is that significant? Lang Chain was valued at 1.25 billion. It's making no money based on 15 million in annualized revenue. But you stare at it and you say, my gosh, there's something wrong. There's something wrong with management. They can't close this deal. I'll submit to you, when the deal's closed, the stock's not going up. Not the first day, not this week, if they disclose it this week. If they disclose it next week, it's not going up next week. When it's going to go up is when Mavericks can buy, Omers can buy. They don't need research. The other institutions, they may need to hear the story. They may need to build a file. They may need to write down in the file. Spoke with Corey Brandolini on Thanksgiving Day. Checked these boxes. I hate the word circled back. Circled back the next day and answered these questions. And then the following week, December 1, had a conference call with Corey Marwan and Dr. Tom Kaur, and we discussed, don't bump. They're going to send an email. And then on December 4th, we had a final discussion with Corey Marwan, Dr. Tom Kaur, and we even brought on Mike Norbrega and one of the representatives from TELUS to describe the whole deal there. Here's what they sent me. Here's my report to the committee. And here's the research. Maybe there's a research report by then. But I submit to the investment committee that we should own 4% of this company. And these are the reasons. Here's my due diligence. And maybe building that file takes 2 weeks. So maybe you start seeing other buying come in the middle of December. But of course, I've already said to you that vacation may interfere. Before I get to the comments, it's 2:30. I have to acknowledge that this kind of destruction to the downside, even though it's low volume, and maybe it's just 1 or 2 trades somewhere. Somebody blew out their stock, or were forced to blow out their stock, or maybe it's, some sort of shorting. I don't know, but I think it breaks the short-term targets that I've given you, and you're going to say, oh, you're going back on your. Well, unfortunately, every day you have to let the market tell you what the market wants to tell you, even if it's warped. But you can't stubbornly stick to information that was different even the day before. So my point is, unless there's a blow off to the downside and then a snap back to the green in one day, I think it's going to take several days to even a handful of weeks for the stock to strengthen anywhere near these higher numbers I gave. And I think the company, the stock's going to have a hard time, absent a Mavericks or a Omers or one of the other funds, or maybe insider buying. It's going to have a hard time getting much higher than $1.50 by Christmas time. Unfortunately, that's what this kind of delay does. I'm trying to be charitable, have no biases. Everybody's motives are great. They're all working. They're all as talented as each other, and they all do as well as anyone else could do it. So I'm not holding anybody up for any kind of measurement. I have no bias. But one of the risks you take unintentionally by these delays is that in the short term, a short-term trade gets destroyed by time. Time destroys all short-term trades. I had a client teach me that. I didn't believe him, and that was I don't know, it's a long time ago. But that's short term. So the question you need to ask yourself right now, if you're angry, if you're scared, if you want to sell, or you're thinking of buying, what do you think the stock is worth? And I gave you a bunch of examples, but let's just break it down. Let's just break it down to the simplest verifiable valuation you have out there. Sequoia Capital valued Langchain at $1.25 billion, and they put their money where their mouth is, $125 million for development. And Sequoia does between 12 and 16 million annualized without making money. Not Sequoia, Langchain. Railtown ostensibly is better. But even if it's the same, even if it's worse, should Railtown be valued at $50 million market cap when Langchain's valued over $1 billion? That's pretty simple. All right, let's go down. Let's go down. Go down the track. Let's go down the track. Let's go down the track. Jack Hamilton is first. Good for you, Jack. That meant you had to listen to everything I said. Jack Hamilton, good morning, sir. Yeah, guys, I'm sorry I got upset yesterday. It embarrasses me, and I was admonished not to do it, so I'm trying to do my best. I can't change my stripes 100%, but I'm going to do my best to be better. If the stock hadn't been down today, I wouldn't have come on today. So that's either a benefit or a curse of it being down. We're now 341, down 4 cents, 0.0442 on 181,000 shares. Gunner, 413. Hoo-ha. Is that how you say it? Hoo-ha. Last trade, 400 shares. Just simply had to get out at the bid. 400 shares. Had to sell 150. Just had to be out. Guys, it's just terrible. Red Pepper Ronnie, how are you? Fast Eddie, good to see you. Jack Hamilton, in there. Good for you, Jack. That's the way to do it. Not only hold, add, buy. Good for you, Jack. Good man. Yes, Gunner. Never quit. I agree. Don't quit. I mean, quit if the facts change, but the facts haven't changed. Facts haven't changed. Good for you, Gunnar. Jack, good for you again. Jim, bought 200. Bravo. Bravo. All right, barely social gator. I believe you. I believe you. It might be a buy at 24 cents. Tell you what, if I'm telling you it's a buy at 35 cents, at 34.1, I'm going to agree with you. I think it's a huge buy at 34 cents. But if it got to 24 cents, man, that would be a hell of a buy. So I agree with your comment. Jack Hamilton, at 55 more. All right. That's the way to take advantage. I wish I even had $100. Mary Patton, good morning. Mary Patton bought 1,000. Bravo. Nice number. 10,000 is a nice number, Mary Patton. Justin Babish, I would love to buy. Don't have the dollar to do so today. Boo-hoo-hoo. Maybe tomorrow, Friday. I'm in your boat. I'm in your boat, Justin. It's okay. You know, we can never predict prices exactly correctly. And the pullback gives an opportunity for people to add or buy. But if we're already in it, we didn't know this was going to happen. Frankly, I've expressed in ways that have shown my biases and my frustration and even anger, and it comes across as fear and losing faith, and it's unpleasant to listen to. I heard that yesterday. But I actually thought that this would, the AIP deal, man, I thought it would close back in June. I would have, for myself, I wouldn't have been surprised to see it close in May. But by the time it got to June, I just couldn't wait. For me, I just thought, man, you're being an idiot. But it took longer, and I'm sure it's good reasons, good meaning people. Everyone, like I say, everyone's just as talented and just as highly motivated as the next. But here we are. I should look it up, what the announcement, when they announced they joined the AIP network partners, or whatever it was called. I think they joined it a year ago. I think if you look it up, I think they joined in November. It's not trading. It's still 181,900 shares at 34.1. Oh, this is great. So glad. So glad that you joined us, TMZ. But. What do you mean, but? What do you mean? You've got a typing problem? I don't know what you mean. I don't know what to say to you about that. So I'll just move on. Justin Babish, I will decide to be upset with management or not only after the December 17th shareholder meeting. Yeah, I did call in and leave a message. I tried to be very polite, saying that I'd like to if possible, talk to somebody. I understood if they didn't get back, it wasn't a demand or anything. But I also asked Justin if it would be worthwhile to go to the shareholders meeting. The shareholders meeting all by itself, they can be pretty useless. I mean, there might be entertainment, some, um, oddball shareholder comes in and stands up and makes a question. But usually the votes are already gathered and there's no drama. The actual shareholder meetings, the ones I've been to, the actual part, I mean, it can be over within 20 minutes. The rest of it, the build-up, the meeting, maybe you go to dinner, maybe you have some private meetings the day before. Those can be valuable. So anyway, I asked if I don't know who who's going to get the message, but I said, would it be worthwhile? Maybe I'll find out. I haven't heard anything back. TMZ C can see the deep frustration in you trying to contain so hard. Wow, you're pretty talented. You can see that? I don't think I've hidden my frustration very well. I think a 5-year-old child could pick up on my frustration, but I'm glad you're able to see it, and I'm glad you notice it. Frustration is a normal part, TMZ, of life, and there's many causes of frustration. I think the biggest one, as it relates specifically to Railtown, is that it has taken 10 or 11 months for them to close the AIP deal. But, I used to get frustrated, if the girl I wanted to take out met someone else that looked like a dork, and I was like, gee whiz. There's lots of things to be frustrated in life. So I hope you don't hold it against me. And trying to contain it so hard, I don't know. You must see something I don't. I'm not a shrink, and I don't like spending a lot of time thinking about what's going on inside of me. So have fun. Are you qualified? Are you a qualified therapist or psychologist? Do you have training? It's pretty talented on your case. TMZ will snap anytime, mark my word. Why would I bother marking your word? I don't even know your name. I don't know the point of your comments, so I'm going to move on. Jack Hamilton, big surprise. Shills are in the chat to remind us that we're still on the right track. Yes, but they're also here because they've made a bet today to sell stock they don't own, which is risky. But they've taken out most of the risk. So they want to close out those positions if they're a day trader. If they're this so-called swing trader, they'd like to roll it over another day and see if they can get it down to 30 cents or less and really have a blowout Thanksgiving week. But I'll tell you, Jack, there's no, in my opinion, I can never find anything when I want it. There it is. There's no toad in here. So there's not a massive presence lurking over this stock. It's just this opportunism. And that's why they come on here. Look, just to go through the arithmetic again, 180,000 shares today. There was, what, 100 yesterday? Call it 150,000 conceptually. They got off at an average of 38 cents. Short. They don't own it. They just sold it. They're just using somebody else's facility. They're using someone else's wad of capital. And they got an average of 38 cents. They cover it at 34, 150,000 shares. I mean, I don't think they're going to get that done, but that's their goal. It's a nice day. Six grand. You'd come on here and you'd make some snotty comments too to get 6 grand. 6 grand is what most people make in a month, but they can make it in a day or two just by, their interpretation of securities law. I don't want to give any bias or any insult. Uh, 34.75 last trade. So there is a last trade. 200 shares. So the whole bloody market cap of this company is now determined by 200 shares. TMZ, yes, keep saying shills. Keep saying you're buying, and William will keep jotting it down behind his butt. Oh, that's what you meant by butt? You're a butt man. Well, I'm sure that sounds mighty cozy, but I don't find you men all that attractive, all that appealing. Ward Richardson, good afternoon, William and RT crew. That piece you were reading at the end of your show yesterday mentioned that HPE, as in Hewlett Packard Enterprise, was not aware of that. That's great. Yeah, see? I often go down to Hewlett and HPE, the partnership. Oh, Hewlett Packard partnership. Yeah, they're in there. Jack Hamilton, some shows are either new or high. And they could all be the same. They could all be sitting around the same computers. They could be on Zoom calls. Let's see how he does this. Guys, I haven't been a perfect medium for this, a perfect moderator. I'm sure many of you could do a lot better. But it's been a long year. Well, a long time since June. At some point, I've probably got to do something else because I got to keep the lights on. And there's no reward here in this. In fact, in days like yesterday, my own fault, through my own fault, my grievous fault. It's draining. It's a sense of shame, and it's hard to get through the night. So, not only is there very little reward here. I mean, I get reward in the interaction most of the time, but it's pretty costly too, and it's a lot of time. Maybe I should let's leave it unsaid, Jack. But yeah, there are shills here. That means they have a trade that's open. That's all it means. And remember, their goal is so minute compared to yours. They're just trying to tick off a few $1,000s. And they're trying to do it in 24 hours, 48 hours a week. There is no toad here. There's nobody massive that's going to make it easy for them. So they have to come here to try to get it to break down. I'll look at the chart again, but I think there's a target of 32.5 cents. They'd love it to get down there. I don't think it's going to do it. This is taking on the characteristic of one or two motivated or forced sellers. That's what it's taking on. It looks like somebody dumped the stock, either voluntarily or involuntarily, because it stopped. There was all this action without a care on the price. I mean, if it were a seller who was rational, they wouldn't sell. But if they felt like, you know what, I'm just going to get out, they'd try to get a price. But this morning, because I don't think, my first reaction was it was short selling, but it stopped. So I'm not sure it was, and I'm sure there's some of that. And particularly here in the United States, by definition, the real trading's in Canada. This is all, I think it's on the sell side, I bet it's 85% non-existent shares. But anyway, my point is, after the dumping of some amount of shares, I don't know, 100, 180, the volume's 183 here. Let's look on it in Canada, see what's traded up there. Darn it. It's great. It is great. All is good. So it's down 3 cents in Canada. It's down 5.77%. And volume in Canada, 241,000 shares. That's a lot. So it's a lot of volume in Canada. Maybe someone just gave up. It's not anybody selling their stock from the AIP deal, because, at least to my memory, none of that stock is free to trade right away. But I brought a list of, we'll go over a list of what might be out there. Look, there could be I don't know in Canada, I don't know about Canada, but in the United States, tax loss selling starts in November. But I don't know if people do it anymore, or worry about buying anymore. But one time to sell for tax loss selling is in the beginning of November. So you can buy back by the beginning of December. That's not usually done, but you're trying to sell and then buy back before other people buy back, maybe whilst others are selling. That's not usually when it happens. Another time that it often happens, the selling comes in at the end of November, the last week or so of November, because then 31 days later, you can buy the stock while everybody else is selling in the last week or so of December, and you get a discount, and you establish your tax loss. That's fairly common. But the one that usually happens is that people procrastinate and they get it done before they go away for the holidays or after between the holidays and New Year's. They do it in the last week of December. They just dump stock to take losses. But then they have to wait till the end of January or beginning of February to buy it back to establish the loss. And the risk they run is the January effect. But I haven't really seen the January effect really work in these low price stocks, at least the ones that I've chosen to look at. Maybe it'll happen this year. That's a lot of volume today. The average volume in Canada, that they don't tell. They don't tell. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell when all your love's in vain. I saw her at the station, her suitcase in her hand. Oh, yes, I saw her at the station. All right, so it looks like 2,000 shares traded. Let's see, 100 shares. They keep hitting it with 100. I'm almost legend. Sir William, please don't take things to the extreme. It wasn't a lecture yesterday. That's just vocabulary. I don't prepare what I'm saying, and sometimes I can't think of a word. Lecture is probably a strong word. I don't think you lectured me. I think you were giving me caring advice, but I didn't know what word to use. So sorry I used the word lecture. I didn't think it was a lecture. It was just a sharing of observations as opinions, same as you. And of course, you could be wrong. No, you don't. I think you were. I don't think you were wrong. I don't think you were wrong. I'm almost. I was almost persuaded. I was almost persuaded. I was almost persuaded. You please continue to explain things as you're comfortable doing and don't hold back, Sir William. You haven't lost any of your audience by doing so. Obviously, I still watch and listen. Well, I don't know. I felt like I felt pretty low yesterday. I felt embarrassed, and that's not your fault. It's my fault. I was pretty annoyed with myself. One thing I notice, I'm almost legend. I've never written a book or written a poem, or maybe I did once when I was young, or written a song. But when you start something like this and it goes for a little while, I don't know. You don't know where it's going to go. And I didn't come on yesterday to be upset. I didn't come on with an intended message or anything. But I guess it might be what happens in therapy or in, I don't know, in boot camp. your subconscious or your whatever you're processing comes out. I don't know. But I was embarrassed afterward. I didn't intend to get upset yesterday, and I really didn't intend. I had some things to show, and anyway, it went the way it went. I did show revenue, which is one thing I wanted to do, which you might have missed. But yeah, yesterday's call didn't really go in the direction that I expected it to. And before I started, but I don't know. Did what's his name? Eric Remarque. Did he know that the sun was pasted in the sky like a wafer before he started writing? Maybe. Or did it just come as he wrote? Eric Remarque something. Can't remember. I'm so glad you're here, TMZC. The dumb fuck, like only three people here every day, coming here saying I bought more, I more bought, is laughable and undermining your own brain. Well, that's certainly well written. I suggest you take a course in grammar before you continue posting, because the way you wrote that, it comes across as nonsense. TMZC, but the SP, the SP. I wish you wouldn't come on to me. I'm not like that. I think you. I think you've misunderstood me. I'm not into fellas, so it doesn't turn me on to hear about your butt. I'm almost legend. Besides, holding back is worse because you're not being yourself. It just comes across as sarcasm. I can't win for losing. I can't win for losing. I wasn't trying to be sarcastic. I can see where it comes across as sarcastic. I'm mostly talking to myself. Because your own opinion, I can't be biased, and we're all the same. You don't believe that. I do think we're all the same in God's eyes, and it's one of my proofs of God's existence, if not the only proof of God's existence. He loves each of his children the same. I don't know how the hell. I can't. I don't know if anybody that can, but he does. He does. And so I think we're all the same. I actually think we're all the same. But I guess I was being a little bit pedantic because I think it's impossible to explain human behavior if you don't allow for culture, experiences, and frankly, there are other differences too. But that doesn't change my view that each person should be treated with respect and equality, kindness. Um, But I find it much easier to be kind to dogs, of all kinds of dogs, every dog I meet, than I do being kind to every human being I meet. And that's all kinds of human beings. I try to be, but that's why there's God. I don't think we can do it, but God loves each one just the same. I am trying to tell myself not to be biased. I am trying to tell myself not to be biased. But I will try not to be sarcastic as well. I'm almost legend. I'm I'm not upset about what you said yesterday. TMC, another well thought out comment. All these months, still talking through his ass. Ah, that must be what Ham said. I've got my head up my ass. This must be my ass right here. Is that what you mean, TMC? You're calling my neck my ass? It's interesting. I didn't learn that. I thought this is your collarbone and this is your neck. I don't know. I don't know how you're formed. Maybe you're formed differently. TMZ. Wow, today blaming attorneys. I thought I was trying not to blame attorneys. I thought I was really trying not, as I'm almost legend noticed, I was really trying not to have any bias one way or the other and not to blame anything on anybody. TMZ. All right. There's no question, TMZ, that the company is unable to talk about things that matter to us, but more importantly, that matter to institutions. That's where I'm hoping for buying, because the period of time from February 11th all the way through 3 o'clock today, they've been precluded from doing so. I'm sure the attorneys are doing the best job they can. I'm sure the regulators are doing the best job they can. And I'm sure the staff or whomever is in charge are doing the best they can. So I'm not blaming anyone. Oh, Lordy, he doesn't stop. TMZC, so no more Mark Ruffles and Dina Friedman and Sheena Eastons? What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking. Oh, Mark Ruffalo? I talked about Mark Ruffalo. I think he's one of the key investors here. That's Mavericks. Dina Friedman. Dina Friedman. She runs NASDAQ. And up until recently, in fact, up until yesterday, I believed that she could be held responsible for dereliction of duty and violating her oath and destroying a franchise that used to be one of the best on Wall Street, which was NASDAQ. But now I realize that she's as capable as anybody else and doing the best she can, and that her motivation is good. And I'm trying not to, I guess I'm going to the extreme, but I'm trying not to have bias. And, you know, my old self, my up until yesterday self, it does sound absurd to not have some judgment and bias about people, but trying to look at it in a more charitable way. Sheena Easton, I think it was Sheena. No, it wasn't Sheena Easton. Who was that country singer? Cute as a button, but I bet she was trouble. Might be Sheena Easton. Let me just check. At one point, she owned the most land in New Zealand or something like that. No, not Kaylee Bell. Not Kaylee Bell. I can see her, but I'm not sure that's her name. Oh, Shania Twain. That's who it was. Shania Twain. Shania Twain. I saw Shania Twain in concert up in the, I don't think it was the Apollo, might have been, in New York. It was Willie Nelson's 75th birthday, I think. And Bill Clinton was there. I stood up and cheered. And I'll tell you what, in the middle of New York City, I got some looks, so I sat back down. But that was before I had some changes of heart. And there were a lot of people there. Nora Jones, the father of the woman, what's his name? Tyler Perry, Steve Perry, the father of his daughter. Anyway, a lot of different people showed up. It was a special night. And but Shania Twain came, and she sat on one of these like stools with a microphone. And man, she must be in great shape. She could cross her legs. She was very limber. She wasn't I don't personally think she was the best singer. I even think possibly Keith Richards showed up. I'd have to check that. But there's a whole assortment of people showing up. But Nora Jones was great when she sang. And Willie was great, of course, as ever. TMZ, you really do add quite a lot of useful and helpful comments. You're the example of someone that proves God's existence, because I'm sure God loves you. And I hope maybe in your lifetime you realize that what you're doing is beneath you. But until then, God loves you. Evaluation my ass. That's clever. It's clever. Do you go to a schoolyard to learn those kind of taunts? Or do they train you with that you group of guys get together and come up with these clever repartee? It's pretty good. Evaluation my ass. I'll have to remember that one. Hopefully I get in a situation I can use it. Still talking cock. What do you mean, KOK? What does that mean? TikTok? TikTok? I don't know. TMZ, you're one clever fella. You are one clever fella. And you've added you should know today you've added so much to other people's lives. That's something you can be proud of. The stock is 34.79, down 0.0372, down 10%, 190,000 shares. Somebody just had to sell 4,860 shares today. Now they had to sell 1,000. There you go. Dennis Alex. I love Sheena Easton. All right, I got to go back. Time almost slushing. You don't believe that, and neither do I or anyone else. Just be yourself, Sir William. I'm just one viewer with an opinion that should have no influence on you as a host. I shouldn't have said anything. No, I appreciate that you said something. I appreciate it. And I don't think you meant me any wrong. I really don't. So I just, pendulums swing, and sometimes to get it right, you got to try to, start from scratch. So I'm just going to do my best. I do think that every human being in a new situation applies her experiences in the quick judgment of people around them. We do it with dogs, with horses, with rats, with automobiles that are coming close. It's kind of how we know whether we should protect ourselves, run, or whether we're safe. And as Jesse Jackson said, who at that time I was listening to quite a bit because I voted for him. I voted for Jesse Jackson for president in Virginia. I was quite impressed with his messages and what he stood for. So I voted for him. But he said, he addressed young men at that time. And he happened, I don't think it was a racial thing. I don't think he narrowed it down to just, I think what the word back then was African Americans. But he said that, these hoodies people use and their jeans that are falling down and their walk in groups in the dark late at night. He said, and he's a big guy, I met him once, but he said, even my first reaction is to be scared. Jesse Jackson, my first reaction is to judge that's a threat. And I think it was he that talked about it. In terms of racism, if in fact that's interpreted as racism, he said what matters is what you do after that first reaction. He said we can't help but have those reactions. We have those reactions. He said, even if I'm walking down a dark street in New York and there's 2 or 3 guys with hoodies on shuffling down the street, I get scared. I want to get out of there. But he said, it's what you do afterward, after that reaction. Not necessarily in a dangerous situation, but in a normal situation that defines you as being in the talk he was giving that I listened to that I remember. I might be confusing it, but he said that's what defines you as racist is how you behave after that first reaction, that first automatic reaction. That's not racism. It's your behavior after that instinctive, oh my God, am I safe reaction, which isn't always about color, by the way, which was his point. And I agreed with it. Oh God, not again. TMZC. So what happened to the $6 by last June? I didn't say that. So do I have to answer it? I didn't predict that. So you're just making that up. June 5th was when I started really focusing on this subject, and it's what I've focused on since. So you're just making that up, TMZ. I'd appreciate if you're going to come in and really demean yourself and really behave in a way that does not reflect well on you. And I'm sure that you were brought up and you know better. But if you're going to do it, at least be truthful. I never said $10 by last July. I never said that either. So, at least that I recall. It doesn't make sense. I started talking about it in June. $10 doesn't make sense for July. $50 by November. I didn't say that either. TMZ, if you want to write down my prediction, which I actually am not ready to change. I think the stock could be, is what I should say, could be $55 by May 5th next year. You can write that down. It's easy to remember. 55 by 5.5. But I think this damage the last couple of weeks, partly it's the stock market. We're about to find out what NVIDIA does change the short-term targets. That's just life. That's just charting. That's just technical analysis. That's how it goes. But really, TMZ. I already think you're behaving beneath yourself, but misrepresenting and outright lying doesn't help you. You're better than that, TMZ. You're smart enough to make money, smart enough to use a computer. Maybe you should consider how you're spending your life. And I'll leave that up to you. I don't need to go on. Jack Hamilton, shill life. I guess it's good to be high and new at the same time. TMZ, lots of laughs. TMZ, same 2 or 3 calling me shills, and same 3 always saying buying more, lots of laughs. Well, I guess we should feel for you, TMZ. Seems like you were born with a brain the size of half a hollowed out pea, as my grandfather used to say. Jack Hamilton, some people are paid by the message, apparently. And some people pay for a massage. TMZC, by the way, how did the press release go? Which one? They've had several. They've actually had several. You're right to point out that a press release isn't in and of itself, in best of situations, going to make a stock price go up. But further specifically to this case, the press releases, for example, the press release October 8th that Railtown intended to close the amalgamation of AIP with this other company called, God, I can't remember, Distal or something, digital. That had MOU in its title. So it was actually it was without, I'm sure they didn't know it, but it was just set up to kick off selling. But also, it wasn't final. So the press release was disappointing in that sense because they did not finalize the AIP acquisition. So you know, in your own way, you get to the point that the key thing was that AIP's transaction had to close so that the company could start talking about meaningful items like revenue and buyers who could be misinterpreted as taking advantage of their access to material inside information. Therefore, they haven't been able to buy, would be able to buy sometime shortly thereafter. So you're exactly right. The press release did not say that the Railtown had purchased AIP. Then they put out a second press release, which I think was mandated by the exchange because it was a month later, that they intended that it was an announcement referring to their previous announcements that they intend to close the AIP deal, and it had legal language in it. But again, it was not a closing. However, TMZ, they did give a specific date of November 14th that they would close the deal. Now, that doesn't mean they did, but I'm Almost Legend pointed out by Googling it that in Canada, they have 10 days after the filing. Well, that's not true. They have 10 days after the closing of that transaction to make the filing. So it's possible what's happened here, TMZ. They made that announcement, that press release, I think, on the previous Thursday prior to the 14th. I don't remember. You can look it up. I think it was around November 6th. But they gave a specific date of closing of the transaction of November 14th. That was last Friday. It had some caveats from the lawyers in it. So still, it wasn't a final transaction. And you're correct to point that out. So it could still, to the extent that major buyers are held by, let's call them non-competes, standstill agreements, non-disclosures, whatever you want to call it, that those press releases did not release them from their obligations to not buy the stock. So you make a good point. But what may have happened here, or approximately happened here, they promised to get it done on the 14th. Maybe it's not done for some ongoing paperwork reason, and I'm not blaming anybody. Or maybe they did essentially get it completed, but maybe the regulators need some additional paperwork. Or maybe, bless their heart, all the people involved are going to take the full 10 days, which would be next Monday, to file the closure of the transaction. So you make a good point, TMZ, that press releases that are kind of don't really say much aren't going to help the stock price, particularly in the case when what we're looking for is the release from the prohibition, from the inability to buy. That's what we're looking for. So it'll come, TMZ, and I hope you've covered your shorts by then. I really do. Steve, another 1,500 today. Good for you, Steve. Below 35 cents. Good for you. See, that's taking advantage of it. Oh, Lord, it doesn't end. But I guess it's communication. TMZC. How did William associating and linking every mother AI news to RAILF? What stock is that? RAILF. I don't know if that's a real stock doing. Well, I think we should get off of mothers. After all, I just got off of yours. Ward Richardson, Google is investing $50 billion in Texas through 2027 to expand its cloud and AI infrastructure, including new data centers. You know, apparently Warren Buffett or his team invested in Google. This might be one of the reasons. But another thing that I'd love to ask Corey or Marwan about, Google apparently has a new iteration of developer tools that's better than RAG, R-A-G. But I don't know how to analyze if that's true. But that shows you, Ward, the risk of paperwork delays. Let's call it that. Not any human beings, just paperwork. It runs the risk that technology, and Google beat out Yahoo, by the way. And Google has the talent and the money maybe to beat out LangChain and Railtown. We don't know. But apparently they have a solution to RAG, which I think is, I don't know what it's saying, random associated. Anyway, RAG, I think what it does is goes through your files or through your data and collects the related files to whatever you're working on. I don't know exactly, but Google has something better. But also, Berkshire Hathaway invested in Google finally. So that kind of tells you that something they're seeing means that AI is real. Whether it deserves these huge multiples or not, we'll see. And whether every company survives or not, we'll see. But I submit that Railtown is a piece, which I hope becomes standard instead of LangChain. Sequoia hopes LangChain becomes standard. But Railtown's piece goes in there and helps all developers. I think even if Google's made a breakthrough, I think, but we'll find out. TMZ, here's another crackpot, same here, added a gazillion today. What's gazillion? Is that a new stock? I don't know, TMZ. You know, if you had a level of intelligence that interested me, you'd probably have a better chance of engaging me. But with all respect to biases and judging, you don't seem all that bright. TMZC, please remember to write that down, William. Oh, I get it. You slay me. Oh, I should write down a gazillion on the list, and then we'd own a gazillion shares instead of 15 million. Man, how are you so clever? That's a real that really is a sign of some wit there. You got some wit there, TMZ. G Diddy, please add 7,000. Yay, 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 yay. G Diddy bought 7,000. Below 35. And you thank the shorts or whoever sold. Yeah, I think it's a great. To your left bat cheek. My bat cheek. I don't know. My bat cheek. Is that like a Batmobile? A bat cheek? Yeah, I guess I'll go on. I'll go on from that. Try not to rub it off. TMZ, you are hilarious. TMZ suggests leaning on your right bat cheek so it won't wear off. Thank you for the suggestion. Very well thought out and very well expressed. TMZC, here's another news. Google is buying over rail Chuga Chewtown. Thank you. I didn't see that news. TMZC, here's another news. Microsoft going to merge with Railtown. Really? Do you have some information on that? I think Microsoft's a very logical buyer of Railtown eventually. We'll see. Microsoft's buying other companies. You're certainly not saying that it's not possible. I haven't heard anything happening now, though. TMZC going to change their new company, Chuga Chuga Chew Chew. Ooh, that's clever. That is clever. Those just pop in your head? You're so excited when that pops in your head, you have to get it out. You are one creative guy. Railtown is now down 4 cents at 34.5. Finger is down 12.5 cents at 138.5. Soundhound is up 6 cents at 11.59. GNS is down 8.5 cents at 60.37. G-Bucks is down 4.5 cents at 10 cents. But I'm sure it's going to go to 150. I've just got that feeling. It'll go to 150. That was sarcasm. That was sarcasm, I'm almost legend. TMZ, multi-billion-dollar valuation, I say. You do? Thank you. I think you're probably right. Multi-billion. I think you're probably right. Thank you for joining us. TMZ, what? WTH, what the heck? Name? TMZC, what the heck, maybe? WTH, just make that multi-trillion valuation. Who is to ask? Free money. I don't think it's going to go to multi-trillion. Although it's possible AI is going to take a company like NVIDIA higher in the $1 trillion space. We'll find out. We might get our first clue tonight. Railtown down 4 cents, 34.5. Finger down 13 cents almost, 138. Soundhound flat, well, slightly green. GNS down 8 cents at 60 cents. G-Bucks down 4.5 at 10 cents. GD. I also agree with today's sentiment of I'm almost legend. I'm not legend, sorry. I want you for your take on the current subject. I appreciate your lens, the lens of your experience. I personally prefer you using your own filter. This is from G. Diddy, rather than being a simp. Rather than congesting your thought process to make anyone, including me, feel better. I like listening to the real William. I like listening to the arsehole. All right, G. Diddy. I hear both you and I'm trying to adjust. I'll get it right. I don't think how I was yesterday was good. So, but I appreciate that, G. Diddy, very much. TMC, I hear almost legend is going to rename himself. Oh, I think your calling should be in stand-up comedy. The wit. You have a wit that I haven't seen since my German friend called me up. I had a friend named from Scotland. I had a friend from Scotland, and she met my friend Isabel in Old Town. We all had fun, and my friend, particularly when she gets in her cups, Pippa, she would, make wise, she would use a wit that I suspect is a little bit better than yours. But she asked my German friend Isabel, may I ask you something? And Isabel, beautiful Isabel, smiles and says, sure. And Pippa said, Isabel necessary on a bicycle? And my friend Isabel just kind of smiled. I mean, in the moment, it was clever. It's not overwhelming humor. But 4.5 years later, I got a phone call from London. And Isabel was just laughing and laughing and laughing. And she said, I got it. Isabel necessary on a bicycle. She was riding her bicycle. I got it 4.5 years later. Well, maybe that's your kind of humor. I'll find it funny in about 5 years. But I would appreciate it, TMZ. If you're picking on me, I can take it. But please don't insult other people that are here. I'm almost legend is an honorable man. And you could learn a lot from him. I'm sure you have honor. I'm sure you're capable of being honorable. TMZ. I'm not going to read that. I also think Justin Babish is a good man. And I think you're really demeaning yourself, TMZ. TMZ, there you go. There you go. You're gone again. Maddie, obviously that TMZ has been drinking again. Forgive her. Oh, it's a she. She's only getting paid 5 cents per post these days. I didn't know it was a she. That makes sense because, as Norm MacDonald points out, and Christopher Hitchens points out, don't you know? But that's a bias I better not express. Oh gosh, it gets tricky. Makes sense that she's a woman because it's hard to have a sense of humor when you don't have to count on it to get yourself out of delicate situations. And you don't have to impress anybody with it. It's hard to have a sense of humor. All right, we got a few minutes left. It's 34.5, 199,000 shares. So it's a pretty blow-off day, maybe. I don't think this sell-off necessarily is over with, but we're Wednesday. Maybe what's going on is the paperwork or the process of completing and, more importantly, filing the acquisition of AIP. They're going to take the full 10-day period that they're allowed. So maybe it's going to be this Monday rather than today. It's clearly not today, which is another prediction I made that didn't work out. But thank you, Maddie. I didn't know TMZ was a girl. It makes sense. I went to a Margaret Cho concert, do you call it? With a bunch of people, and it was sold out. And she's up talking about male parts. Seems to be the only aspect to her comedy routine is to talk about her, envy of, or whatever is on her mind about the male item. And, we had beer or whatever we were drinking. I sat there there was an intermission, but I sat there for 2 hours. I didn't laugh once. They're all laughing uproariously. Everything is hilarious. They turned to me and said, "What's wrong with you? You're not laughing?" I said, "She's not funny." TMZ, months of ranting without culpability, without nothing, just keep talking nonsense. There you go again, TMZ, talking to yourself. Because nobody's home. Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Talking to myself because nobody's home. Every now and then, it's good. I thought it was Guns N' Roses. I didn't know it was Linkin Park. Talking to myself because nobody's home. Eminem? Dream Phone? God, there's a lot of people. LinkedIn is a group that had their fame, and I never heard a single song. Are they still famous? What's the rest of the song? Talking to myself because nobody's home. Hold on. Dun, 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 dun. Is it estranged? Maybe it's estranged. When you're talking to yourself. I didn't get it right. It is Guns N' Roses. Best song. Best song. Damn it. Something wrong with this. Talking to myself. Because nobody's.
When you're talking to yourself,
When you're talking to yourself and nobody's home. I miss my stereo. When I was younger, I had a loft up in Adams Morgan. It was great, but a friend of mine said you don't want to buy in that area. It doesn't matter how nice the place is. Up in the corner were drug dealers, and more than once cops and drugs and lights, and were in my front area. But it was a great thing, and I used to play that song, the whole album on. I was like I was still in college, and it would go out throughout the neighborhood. Can't buy a class like that. TMZ told you all to stay away from this guy. Yeah, I did give you credit for that earlier because I think you're sincere in your advice, and you care about everyone here. That comes across in your comments, your choice of words, your behavior, your concern, your compassion comes across. Patty, obviously that TMZC has been drinking, and forgive her. TMZ, every fucking stock of his went up his ass. Is that, Ham said my head is up my ass. Is that where the stocks are too? I don't know. TMZ, guess William Shills are having a hard time protecting him today. From what? You? I think most of these guys and girls could protect me from you if they were focused on something else. You're not much of a threat. Maddie, TMZ has been drinking, and pray for her. TMZ, see, people, if you haven't known, these folks are really the shorties. Who are? It gets so tedious. You don't have a different refrain? Could you change the album? Change the song? TMZC. So you're not making this up. You're reading from a script? Wow. They have hoodwinked all of you. Okay, you got your point across. Justin Babish, I know there is a moderator or something around here because when I type unfriendly messages with rude language, Giuseppe Ingrao, from what I understand, Beacon in Canada was selling yesterday and today. Ah, Beacon. I heard something about Beacon myself. Beacon, Beacon, I've been thinking. But I heard Giuseppe, and since you brought it up, I guess it might be common knowledge. I heard Beacon was blowing out one of their clients for a margin call, and whoever it was owned Railtown. So the selling was not knowledgeable selling. The selling had nothing to do with the fundamentals of the stock. It was a liquidation. It was a forced liquidation, indifferent to price. And guess what? My opinion, if that's true, the stock held up pretty well. Of course, it got hit. But if all were nightmare, you could see it going a lot lower. So thank you for breaking the ice on that, Giuseppe. I would not have mentioned it unless you had. 34.5 by 34.94, 8,500 by 14,968, 212,000 shares, down 0.0377. It's going to end up down 10%. Last share, 10,000 at 34.75. That could be anything. I don't know if that was driven by buying or driven by selling. It's right in the middle. Right in the middle of the spread. We got 3 minutes to go. Let's keep going. TMZC, 15 million shares. William wrote down as a lie. What, you know something I don't know? It comes from about 230 people, 225, 230 people. Are they all lying, TMZ? Are you a clairvoyant as well as being a psychiatrist? You're multi-talented. You're not funny. You don't have much of a wit, and you don't seem to have much intelligence, but, you know, you've got other qualities, and I'm sure you know that you're being a jerk, so maybe you could behave more honorably, but you'll grow up someday. Last trade, 0.3475, 0.345 to, oh, they're gonna try to get it even lower than the last trade. Well, 1 minute to go. Let's see what happens. Maddie, obviously, I already read that, but you're right, Maddie. TMZC warned you guys before. TMZ, don't say I didn't warn. Well, I've never seen your name before, but maybe you're like Maddie's pointing out. Maybe you're that woman that laughs in all of Double D's space calls. 34.5 to 34.96, less than a minute to go. A lot of activity and spoofing on the ask. They want you to believe there's more selling. They want so badly for you to believe it. It's closed down 10%. The stock closed down 9.62% at 34.81, giving you a chance to buy. A few of you have done that, but I think there's going to be a lot of anger out there that the stock is down. There's going to be probably a lot of people that say, I knew it was going to be down. There may be others that recognize that stocks go up and down. There may be others that recognize that the overall market has, particularly in this AI space, has been a little bit dicey. There may be others like Giuseppe, who heard the rumor that Beacon sold out a large position in Railtown as a margin call. That means forced liquidation. We don't care what price. And it probably happened this morning. And I'll check the Canadian volume, but the last time I checked, it made sense. It was that much volume. It wasn't as much as what showed up, but it was a big number. So I think it's a chance to buy. And TMZ hasn't a clue what Railtown's worth. I think you've got a pretty good clue. Just go over it one more time. Using the comp of fingers multiple, using my roughly 50 million in revenues, you get a 52-cent price. Using 12x, which is that research report, you get 250. Using 25x just for the hay of it, you get $5. Using the market cap to market cap value of, I think this was Lang Chain. Yeah, it was 16 times. You get around $5 too. Using the SoundHound value comp, you get $6. Using 50x, you get $10. Using the Lang Chain valuation with the amount of shares that are being issued, you get $16. So this might have been the SoundHound multiple. But anyway, Lang Chain is $16 and 100x is $21. If you take 10% of those numbers, say I'm wrong by 90%, it's a low number for finger, it's 5 cents. But for 12x, it's 25 cents. For 25x, it's 52 cents, and so on. The SoundHound is 55 cents. The 50x gives you 60 cents. The line graph, I added too many here. SoundHound gives you 63 cents. The 50x gives you $1.05. Line graph gives you $1.61, 10% of my number. And 100x gives you $2.10, 10% of my number. Discounting my projection by 90%. You still get prices above here, unless you use finger. Or unless you use 12x, if you use 12x. I don't know. It's a great time to buy. Maddie, obviously, thank you. I've read that one before, but I do appreciate it. Justin Babish, they get blocked out. My next message takes time before it goes through. Yeah, I'll have to work on the moderators. TMZ, having a hard time blocking me, are you? Why? So you can cheat more newbies than innocent ones? What am I cheating, TMZ? I'm not being paid by the company. Stock, cash, phone calls, hats, dinners. I'm not being paid anything by the company. Where are you getting paid? Who's paying you? Who's doing the cheating? TMZ. Are you just projecting? So why doesn't D block? That's Justin. I'm sorry about to sneeze. TMZ. Please don't be mean to people, TMZ. Please. You're better than that. TMZ. See, if you still haven't realized how close she looks to like William, then it's your ignorance. So that's your opinion. And what's your point? What's your point? Giuseppe, TMZ is on the $18 an hour plus $1 mention payment plan. Let's watch what NVIDIA comes out with their earnings. Talking to yourself, 'cause nobody's home. All right, so fractured Fed feeds hawkish flows. Bitcoin bullion, big tech pump and dump. Larry Summers resigns from OpenAI board. Harvard launches investigation after Epstein revelations. Well, Harvard had Epstein teach or do some sort of seminars. Why doesn't Harvard investigate herself? All right, NVIDIA preview. All right, let's read this. The NVIDIA preview, the most important earnings report of the quarter, written by Tyler Durden at 3:45 today. The moment of truth is almost here. At 4:20 Eastern Time, the most important earnings report in the world will hit when NVIDIA reports another blowout quarter and smashes guidance. The question, as ever, is whether the blowout and the smash will be big enough to impress a market that has already priced in perfection and beyond for the GPU maker, which is also the opposite side of all that CapEx spending by the hyperscalers. Here's a snapshot of what Wall Street expects for Q3 earnings at 5:20 today. Revenue $55.189 billion. Guidance is $54 billion. Diluted earnings per share 1.26. Adjusted operating margin 66%. Free cash flow $28.4 billion. And then there's a balance sheet. It's too small to read. Taking a more detailed look, JP Morgan strategy room for NVIDIA to zoom higher on a beat and raise and recommend buying call spreads. Barclays strategists, meanwhile, note the stock has posted negative 1 week returns following 4 of the last 5 earnings releases. In fact, as the following chart from Deutsche shows, since ChatGPT was launched, both the 1 day and the 1 week return after earnings have been negative. As noted earlier, NVIDIA straddles may imply a move of plus or minus 7% over the next 2 days, significantly higher than the average realized move of plus or minus 6% on the past 8 reports. UBS preview. The bank strategist Tim Akuri expects third quarter revenue at $56 billion versus the $54 billion company guidance, as NVIDIA beat by $2 billion over the past few quarters preceding the China ban, along with a forecast $64 billion, while flagging upside room. Investors have been concerned about the impact of higher memory and other component costs on gross margin, but Tim is comfortable with a 73.5% for Q3 and a 74.5 to 75% for Q4. He expects the company to indicate it can maintain mid 70% gross margin in 2026 as well. The surprise factor for 2026 earnings per share is muted following the backlog disclosure at the GPU Technology Conference, which Tim believes indicates earnings per share near $9 for next year, but notes upside potential if NVIDIA can find more chip on wafer on straight COWS. Even a big guidance for Q4 wouldn't be new information for more investors given the backlog. Tim reiterates his buy rating on the stock and maintains 2026 27 earnings estimates of $7.75 to $9.50. Goldman's research analysts predict NVIDIA to deliver a beat and raise quarter, with the stock reaction likely hinging on the level of upside to guidance. Some more details from the preview by Goldman's James Schneider below. Setup heading into the print. Expectations are high and investors are long into the print, given recent AI infrastructure announcements and improved visibility into calendar year 26 results. Revenue trends. Goldman's view on key metrics and our estimates. The bank raises its data sec, blah, 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 blah. Our third quarter, fourth quarter earnings per share estimates of $1.28 and $1.49 are above the street. Items on the call that could move the stock. Incremental details about $500 billion data center revenue forecast. Details about OpenAI deployments. Rubin ramp in calendar year 26. Coming out of the print, expect the debate around 1, the magnitude of upside to the hyperscaler CapEx. 2, contribution from non-traditional customers next year. Goldman expects 4 focal points on the call. Incremental details on NVIDIA's $500 billion data center revenue forecast. OpenAI's planned deployments next year. Rubin ramp next year. Potential for resumption of business in China. According to Goldman's John Flood on trading, the positioning on the buy side is 8 out of 10. JP Morgan. The bottom line sentiment survey, 56 billion and 63 billion. Buy side position even higher at 9 out of 10. Recent momentum unwinds and increasing focus on debt and CDS market. It feels increasingly like the weight of the world is on NVIDIA. It is one of our most crowded tech longs, and investors' optimism on the one hand and the clear stock de-rating versus all the peers on the other is confounding. JP Morgan suggests a 2.3 billion revenue beat versus the guide. If realized, this would mean astonishing sequential revenue growth of 9.65 billion for the October quarter and 6.7 billion for the Jan quarter. Are people too optimistic? Yet the stock has been derated. All right, we got 5 minutes to find out. Oh gosh. This is a national emergency. U.S. government to buy 10 large new nuclear reactors. All people need to study is 3 Mile Island, Chernobyl, Fukushima Daiichi, Hannaford, and the one in the UK, Waterford or something. And even in the hills behind Los Angeles, nuclear power is going to destroy the earth. Here's the scary thing. Trump urges adoption of single federal standard on AI regulation, which is fine. But if they get an AI standard product and we're not first, that kind of scares me, but I don't know what I'm talking about. All right, let's keep going. TMZ, I'm not going to read that. You're being mean. Justin Babish, TMZ, it feels like harassment, and you know 100% that you are hated. I would like to impress my discontent with your character face to face. I think he means express. I'm not going to continue your being mean. It's same there, TMZ. I'm not going to read it. For the record, Giuseppe, I always catch up on your whole video. Riff away, don't censor. Well, you know, love is just one riff away. Giuseppe, TMZ is working from a very small space. It's crowded and it smells. Yes, that's probably too. We know they, I can't TMZ. I can't read. I'm trying to make sure, but I cannot join in being mean to people on this board. TMZ, none of you or your names are real. Speaking from somebody that hides behind TMZ_C. It's a hell of a statement. TMZC, and none of your I added this and I added that is real. That may be true, but I'll tell you what, I'd go with 15,500,000 as being roughly correct. I don't write down everything, by the way. I don't write down everything. And I don't think everybody listening tells me what they have. TMZC, cheating people, but someone up there is watching you. Well, I hope so. I hope so. It'd be nicer if someone up there is watching out for me, but we'll see. Giuseppe, TMZ working hard, hoping to get bankrolled. Okay, we have 1 minute to go. TMZ, you can run, but you can't hide. Wow, I never heard that before. You've got a point. It's hard to run and hide. That's interesting. If you're running, it's hard to hide. But I guess if you're hiding, it's hard to run. I get your point. Maddie, obvious that TMZ, yeah, I got you. Thank you for pointing it out, though. TMZ, how do you make money, Dennis Alex asks, if you're spending all your time here? Share some of your expertise. TMZ is so bad, even his paper trades are down 100%. All right, let's see if there's news across the wire. Dennis Alex, TMZ, come on, dude, throw us a bone. Actually, I wouldn't mind if you went and buried a bone. Josh Moore, Broken Record, William. Look at your 99.9% loss on GTII. Same situation. I don't see that connection at all. GTII never had a business. They did a toxic financing with your friends, the Kramer brothers, and with your 6 or 7 friends on Long Island. And it looks like GTII was pumped by a couple of people, maybe, well, completely well-meaning. But as it was pumped, your friends started shorting the stock, and GTI, I actually think they tried some methods to cause a short squeeze. I think it was happening, but it got interrupted by your system, and everyone lost about $35 million over in COSM. And that, I think, stopped the any squeeze going on. But GTI also apparently had according to filings, a corrupted CEO and corrupted other people involved. And if you want, Josh, you can listen into Richard Hoffman's talks about the receivership and what the attorneys found out at GTII. There is absolutely no indication of any shenanigans or ill-gotten behavior in Railtown. In fact, I think one of the reasons for a lot of the delays is how careful Railtown is being with all record keeping and filings. So, I appreciate you pointing out to people the one thing that I've been saying for a long time, which is Railtown is the way from you. It's the way to get away from you. And I appreciate you pointing that out, because it really sucks being down in the sewer where you choose to be. I don't know why you choose to be there. You're better than that. But Railtown's the way out. It's not your way out, but it's our way out, and I look forward to it. There are some people here who sold GTII, by the way, and bought up a bunch of shares of Railtown. So, and Josh, I gave a lot of guidance and commentary for people to get out of GTII. So, as usual, you're just being simplistic and inaccurate. I hope it works for you. Josh Moore, don't fight the shorts when you're a retail investor. They'll drain you until you have nothing. I think that's pretty accurate. If you buy into the Charm Boys promoting, and I'm not picking on any one person, and if you buy into the concentrated hype that goes out just before financings, you are going to get screwed. There's no question. Absolutely no question. And again, Josh, I appreciate you pointing it out, because it's my thesis that Railtown gives people an opportunity to make back the losses that you caused, you and your friends, but also to get into the green. And the great thing about Railtown, you don't have to trade it. All this fear you're trying to cause is if you're day trading Railtown. You don't have to day trade Railtown. As I said to Steve early on when I probably berated him because I didn't understand his logic at the time. I said, look, if you build your position in Railtown down here at 30 cents or under 30 cents, just over 30 cents, if you have it in the mid 30s, I said, and he may or may not remember, but I said it's going to be volatile. I said the shorts are going to try to attack Railtown from time to time. And you have done exactly what I predicted. But I said if you can establish your position down here, it'll give you strength when that volatility shows up. If you wait to buy Railtown at 70 cents, 80 cents, a dollar, and then you and your friends drive it down, you're going to be sick to your stomach. So, unfortunately, the stock, I mean, I wish I had told everybody to buy Railtown this week, but maybe we couldn't build our position, you know? Maybe we couldn't build our positions. So I really appreciate, Josh, what you're doing is just redoubling my NVIDIA stock surges after results. Forecast top of NVIDIA stock soars after results. Forecast top estimates with sales for AI chips off the charts. NVIDIA reported its third quarter earnings on Wednesday, beating analyst estimates on the top and bottom lines and offering a better than anticipated outlook. For the fourth quarter, NVIDIA projects revenue of 65 billion plus or minus. 65 billion. Wall Street was expecting 62 billion. NVIDIA stock rises more than 4% on the news. For Q3, NVIDIA saw earnings per share of 130 on revenue of 57 billion. Analysts were anticipating 126 on revenue of 55 billion. I think it's all a setup. I think, are analysts that bad? They always miss? Excuse me, miss. Do you want to go upstairs? The AI giant's data center business brought in 51 billion versus 49 billion estimated. Gaming was good too. NVIDIA's report comes after the company's market cap briefly eclipsed 5 trillion last month. Whoever brought up the gazillions and trillions, let me point out something. If NVIDIA spent 1% of its stock to acquire Railtown, or Langchain for that matter, it's $50 billion. And they wouldn't, do you think they notice it? Ahead of the earnings announcement, Peter Thiel's hedge fund sold off its entirely, roughly $100 million stake in NVIDIA. SoftBank also unloaded all of its NVIDIA stock valued at $5.8 billion, as the company seeks to fund its own enormous AI bets. It also follows remarks from AMD's CEO Lisa Su. She said she believes the data center market will be worth as much as $1 trillion by 2020. NVIDIA is now trading at 191.65, up from 186.52 on the close. Oh, that's interesting. That might change the mood in the AI space. But anyway, Josh, I really appreciate that you're pointing out to people that I don't think they should be in these kind of stocks, the whole list of them. But I do believe Railtown's completely different. No toxic financing, no charm boys, and it's really a Canadian stock. It is logical, although painful, to understand that this period of time that I don't know what to call because I was admonished on that, from February 11th all the way through to today, they can't talk, they can't say anything good. And the buyers that know the story can't buy. So there's not a real market price discovery going on in Railtown's price. And you guys play your reindeer games, and we wait. But it'll end soon, Josh. It'll end soon. It's been disappointing. It's been painful, and I've been frustrated, a little embarrassed by my behavior live. But it is going to end. It's going to end, and then we'll see if you come back and you acknowledge that you've been misguided, but I doubt you will. But I love, Josh, and I really appreciate that you're pointing out what a cesspool trading in stocks that you guys are involved with is. It's bad news. Railtown's going to bring people's accounts out of the red, back to the green, and I think give them multiples on all this pain and suffering, and it's going to allow investors to experience a return on this learning process they've had. Oh, not again. Low TCG. He sound like he's selling us this company like it's his. Oh, I can't help how I sound to you, Lote. Does it even have volume enough to make moves? Lote is asking. I don't know, Lote. Do you have time in your active, quick, rapid-fire day trading, looking at charts? Do you have time for fundamentals? Because if you have time, look into it. Josh Moore, how much money have y'all lost on Finger? Wow, Josh, you're really one of the guys, aren't you? You're not from Burroughs Park, after all. You're from Texas, Josh Moore? Y'all? You're from Florence, Kentucky? It's Florence, y'all. Is that where you're from? Good. Man, I'm warming up to you that you can use words like y'all. But how much money, I don't know what other people have lost on Finger. I certainly think people that listened to a lot of the hype on Finger this year lost a lot of money. And I think people who listened to me trading it in the beginning of the year made money. But for me personally, I think I lost at least 125,000 on Finger last year. Probably all in, I probably lost quite a bit more. And I'm not counting opportunity cost. I certainly lost on the opportunity cost when your whole group stopped what I think was a short squeeze. But hey, live and learn, you know. It's tough to do that, to learn and change. But Josh, why is Finger Motion anything like Railtown? I'll tell you what, Ham's not promoting Railtown. And I'm not saying anything bad about Ham, by the way. I'm not trying to say anything bad. Not at all. I'm trying not to have. Lot TCG, any of the 55 people watching, what is this channel about? First Tim here. You are? Is that your name, Tim? You might be the first Tim here. I can't think of another. Right now, I've had one goal on this channel, lot TCG. I'm trying to help those who have tuned in. I'm not going in to anybody else's spaces. I'm not trying to poach on anybody else's conference calls or Twitter feeds. I'm not trying to take anybody else's marketing, their so-called clients, if you want, even though some of it probably came from my efforts. I don't know. But I'm not trying to interfere anywhere else. For those who have remained with me through the early stages of anything from finger to GTII to MMTLP to a few others, I'm trying to, I think I am, but I could be wrong. I'm trying to help people get away from you and the rest by investing in a mispriced stock that I think very soon will be $5 or $6 or $7. Now, I think that's been moved out a little bit because of the destruction in the chart over the last couple of weeks. I could be wrong. The long-term chart still looks fine, so it could recover fairly quickly, but no patient, even a long distance runner, has a heart event or a heart attack and then gets up out of the operating table and runs a marathon. It takes some time to recover. Will it be a few days, a couple of weeks, 3 weeks? I don't know. But we're coming into holiday time. You holiday, I holiday. So some of what I've anticipated happening may be moved out till January. On the other hand, sentiment can change on the dime. Look, what has to happen with Railtown? The penny has to drop. That aha moment has to come. Are you kidding me? Railtown is better than Lang Chain, and Railtown is going to do 0 to 150 million in revenue. I'm making the number up. Going forward in 2026, and Railtown is going to do 60% margin revenue. Lang Chain's just stumbling out of the gate, and they're not making any money, and they're going to do what, 20 million? All you need is that. Click. And then you have institutions that are set up to buy, like Mavericks and Omers. They know the story. And suddenly the stock gives you 20x. And that's just the start. And I'm hopeful that people are going to make back the losses they suffered because of the games you guys play. And then I hope they make a lot of green. And one thing I think about Railtown, even though the emotions right now are, oh my God, the emotions are day trading emotions. But I think Railtown is a stock to acquire and maybe never sell. Maybe it's bought out by Microsoft. And I know it's been painful for a lot of people. They've had to wait a year from when I first started talking about it. A year. When the most time that most people here hold a stock is an hour or a week. But you know what, Lo? I don't think people are going to have to wait another year before the stock is purchased by Microsoft's my favorite name, but it could be Constellation Software. It could be, I guess it could be TELUS, but I think TELUS is too small to buy Railtown for what it's worth unless they do it quickly and give a lot of incentive shares. It could be those three. It could be, it looks like Google is making its own strides, but it could be a Google. It could be an Apple who seems to be falling behind, but also seems to have its own strategy. It could be an Oracle. Anyway, there's several candidates who could come by Railtown, particularly if it's better than LangChain. Just read Sequoia's information about LangChain. Fill in the name Railtown and think to yourself, wow, this is even better. Railtown's even better. So that's what it is. CJ Yukon, 34 cents. Yeah, 34.81 is very disheartening. It is. I share your disheartenment. But I think we cannot conflate or confuse two different goals. The shorts have a goal that can be measured literally in nanoseconds. Our goal, I think, CJ Yukon, is 3 months to 7 months. That's our goal. I think the stock will be purchased. The company will be purchased before then. And this will all be a memory. If I had to express disheartenment, it's that I don't have any money to buy. But that's easy to say, isn't it? Because I'm not buying, therefore it's just words. It's only words. And words are all I have to take your heart away. It's only words, and words are all I have to take your heart away. So here's the article on NVIDIA. GPUs are sold out. NVIDIA soars after blowing away results projections. You don't think that was a setup? I think it was a setup. You can't confuse me. Giuseppe, more people from the crowded, smelly room paid 18 hours plus $1 post have joined in. Exactly. Is there a stock that is actually making any money? Yeah, a lot of people are still up in Railtown, but yeah, most people are flat and some people are down in Railtown. But please don't bring your hot money point of view, your day trading point of view into the discussion, because Railtown is not hot money. Railtown is not day trading money. Railtown is not, oh my gosh, it better be $1 by tomorrow or I'm out. It's not that kind of money. So you can take that mindset over to Genius Brands or over to G-Bucks or wherever you want to piss your money away. Please don't bring it here. Railtown is not hot money, and it shouldn't be judged by your metrics of day trading and hot, hot, hot. It's not hot, hot, hot. Railtown's going to melt the whole market. Oh, God, a lot. Wow, 34 cents. What was it before? 22 cents. Lot TCG. I just looked. 60. Oh, really? I didn't know 69 cents was the top. Do tell. Do tell. It was actually higher than 69. It was like 69.78 or something. It was almost 70 cents. But do tell. I'm rapt. You have my attention. 69 was the top. Looks like a falling knife on the weekly chart. Yikes. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Lot, please. You wouldn't trade on that sloppy analysis. So please don't bring sloppy analysis here. That's not how you trade. So please, it's unfair to people. Lots of laughter. What am I hearing? I don't know what you're hearing, but you're not listening. So here's what NVIDIA just reported. $1.30 adjusted earnings per share, beating estimates of $1.24. Revenue of $57 billion, beating estimates of $55 billion, up $3 billion versus guidance. Data center revenue $51 billion, up 66% year over year, beating the estimate of $49 billion. Gaming revenue $4.3 billion, up 30% year over year, missing estimates of $4.42 billion. Professional visualization revenue $760 million, beating estimates $600 million. Automotive revenue, well, whatever, it's tiny. Adjusted operating income $37 billion versus $36 billion. Estimates missed at revenue, expensive missed by a bit. The stunning fact here is that data center rose 10 billion sequentially and up 66% year over year. Revenue what is expected to be 65 billion, smashing expectations of 62 billion. Gross margins are as high as 75%. Commenting on the quarter, CEO Jensen Huang said, quote, Blackwell sales are off the charts and cloud GPUs are sold out. Compute demand keeps accelerating and compounding across training and inference, each growing exponentially. We have entered the virtuous cycle of AI. The AI ecosystem is scaling fast with more new foundation model makers, more AI startups across more industries and in more countries. AI is going everywhere, doing everything all at once. It's pretty good news for us. Lockup, all these comments from the same individuals, but nothing better to do but bash. Lockup, what's going on with all the, I'm afraid to say that word. Does this mean they are all in a relationship? All right, here's Dirty Randy. Let's get off of some of the crapola and get a meaningful comment. Okay, once more into the breach, my friends. Right, Dirty Randy, oh look, throw 20K bid at 34 and the market maker jumps to me 3401, shocker. They want you guys to sell. It's that simple. Exactly. Dirty Randy, you couldn't summarize it better. They're trying to force people emotionally to sell, forgetting the value of the stock. Dirty Randy, for your information, the seller this morning was a margin call at Beacon. Wow, there's the number. Liquidated 140,000 shares. So everybody, what that means is that somebody's account got in trouble. And on the long side, they enforce it. They enforce it lickety split. So I don't know what the call, the size of the call, but it was probably bigger because Railtown's not on margin. So you get 100% credit for that sell-off. But 140,000 shares times what, 50 cents? 70 grand. Somebody had a huge margin call and they got blown out this morning. So when a compliance officer or an operations department liquidates, they don't check the bid. They put market. They do the exact thing that brokers are trained not to do, and I try to train you not to do. Don't use market orders. That's what they do. Sell 140,000 in market. Now, the fact is they call it in probably, and the trading desk is smart enough to not just put it all at once. Who knows? But they know they got to get it done by 10:30 or get it done by 11. And it goes out the door. So that's what killed the stock this morning. If that is true, and I believe Dirty Randy, you can expect maybe a sharp snapback in Railtown tomorrow morning. Because Railtown, unlike other stocks, for example, if there were a margin call in trying to think of a stock I can't think of a stock that we actually trade, but if there were a margin call in some stock at $10 because it was trading at 20, you could margin sell a blowout. You could expect more selling tomorrow morning because more people would have that same experience if they were on margin. Railtown's not on margin anywhere in the system. So you could see a snapback tomorrow. You could. What's today, Wednesday? I'm going to guess that nothing is going to happen in terms of the acquisition of AIP until Monday. It could be sooner, could be Friday, but something they're taking, and again, I'm not criticizing anybody, I'm not blaming it on anybody, but the paperwork is going to take advantage of the full 10 days, as I'm Almost Legend found in Canada, that's available to file the acquisition if it happened on the 14th. It may be it's just not finished yet. Or it may be that it's finished and it's sitting with the regulators and the regulators are waiting on a piece of paperwork. It could be that I don't want to blame anybody. I don't want to give any. Everybody's doing the best they can. Thank you, Dee, for your kind words, and thank you for supporting. Lockup. Bots or bashers are a disease. Yeah. I actually think they're captured by a disease. They're not behaving with their best with their best selves. Dirty Randy. William, you've never been to a shareholder meeting with me. Trust me, it won't be dull. Are you going? Are you going? I guess that's right. You could drive up there. That's interesting, Dirty. Maybe it'll be on. What do you call it? Broadcast. Well, maybe Zoom or something. It'll be. We can all watch it. Richard K. I won't get a warm feeling over Railtown until it breaks one. At this point, all the excitement from the last 30 days has dried up. I think that's true, Richard. And I think that's what I was sensing over the last couple of days, particularly yesterday. But on the other hand, if it was an exogenous event, that there's a margin sellout out of the blue, I wasn't sensing anything. But I do agree with you. I'm not sure maybe excitement. Maybe you're right. But I'm not sure momentum in the story has dried up. But I don't think we know about the story. I think it has to be all done behind the curtain until the AIP deal gets finalized. I mean, it's the same boring explanation that the buyers can't buy until. Look, let me give you an example, Richard. Mavericks and Omers, they can be presumed to know about the revenue deal between TELUS and Railtown for the hosting of 170 companies on TELUS. None of us know about it. It was described so that we can put some clues together in the November investor deck. It was disclosed kind of in the TELUS news announcement. But the fact is, the majority of buyers that are big in Canada can be presumed to know the impact of that revenue sharing deal. We don't know it. So if Mavericks jumps the gun and buys shares at $1 and $2, and the stock, pardon me, goes to $20, and Mavericks bought it right now or bought it tomorrow, based on the TELUS news a week ago, based on the announcement to have an announcement that there was an announcement and there's going to be another announcement about AIP, there would be a class action suit so fast against the company and against Mavericks and the attorneys, and I'm not casting any aspersions. They're good people just doing good things. But that would destroy your investment. So unfortunately, we have to wait until, guess what? We have to wait until Railtown acquires AIP Network Partners, as was announced February 11th. We have to wait until Railtown acquires AIP and files it with the regulators, and the regulators put their imprimatur of approval on it before the clock starts ticking on when the majority holders, insiders, and people like Mavericks and Omers can consider buying. And my guess is that could be up to a week later. It depends on what their counsel tells them. You got to be safe here. You've got to let that news get distributed. Well, they announced it. We want to buy it now. No, 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 no. If you want to avoid the risk of a lawsuit later on, just let it get out to everybody for a few days. So it might not be the day that it's filed. It might be 3 days later before you see a pickup in buying. Now, I don't think that the majority of institutions, family offices, and large investors in Canada know anything about Railtown. So that could take 2 or 3 weeks. But I do think there's a lot of insiders, a lot of large investors that are in these two stocks and in the 190 stocks, 180, whatever the number is, and in Omers and in Mavericks that do know the story. And what's holding us up? Railtown has to buy AIP, and it hasn't done it yet. It hasn't done it yet. My guess it'll be Monday. Railtown has to buy AIP, and it hasn't done it yet. Why? Because there is information out there that is huge that we don't know. Mrs. Jones doesn't know. And there's attorneys out there that make a living protecting all of us from evil insiders and CEOs and hedge funds who trade on inside information. SoundHound is rapidly responding to the news from NVIDIA. NVIDIA, my tattooed lady. NVIDIA, my tattooed lady. Breaking, NVIDIA's earnings and forecast topped estimates, with AI chip sales off the charts. NVIDIA. AI cloud company Lambda raises over $1.5 billion. The fundraise, come on, why can't I read it? No, I can't, I see, it's walls, I can't sign in. G Diddy, Diddaloo. My apologies to I'm Almost Legend. I got your handle wrong earlier by calling you I'm Not Legend, not Daniel. I think he should call himself I Am Legend. Justin Babish, if William has the availability to attend on the 17th, we know it'll be worthwhile. I think it will be. Maybe we can all chip in a couple of dollars and send William as representative. Well, that would help. Maybe we can talk about that. My biggest problem will be affording it. So, but I don't want to go if it's just a 20-minute meeting. And I do want to, if I can, I want to find the hotel I stayed at twice when I visited Vancouver, where they let you walk the dog. I think it was an old line hotel. I think it had a bit of a view of the water, I think. But the great thing is you could walk their dog. I'd love to do that. But that has nothing to do with the stock price. It just has something to do with me missing my boy. Jack, I'm in. Thank you, Jack. Dirty Randy, it's up in Vancouver. Vancouver. I think it's in Vancouver. I'll try to find it. It's at their offices, actually. Let me see if I can find it. He filed it on Saturday, or he filed the correction on Saturday. Let me get it for you. Ah, come on. I don't know why everything is so difficult. Nobody told me it would be easy. Nobody told me it would be this hard. All right, I'll find it for you, Dirty Randy. You'll probably it's taking a while processing it. All right, here we go. Notice of meeting. Okay. Notice of annual general meeting. To set the number of directors, to elect Corey Brandolini, etc. To appoint Crow McKay as auditors. To pass an ordinary resolution. To receive audited financial statements. If you are a registered shareholder of the company, oh, that's not it. The company's board of directors has fixed November 10th as the record date. All right, we know that. Okay, here it is. The annual meeting of Railtown will be held at Suite 480, 580 Hornby Street, Vancouver, British Columbia, on the 17th day of December at 11 a.m. So it is Vancouver. It's 580 Hornby Street, Suite 480. So Dirty Randy, it's Vancouver. Giuseppe, fellas, I'm down with funding William's trip. I wish you guys could just buy more stock, but I want to go to it. I do want to go to it. Richard, okay, at least GTII is up 366% today. Really? Actually, I show it up 23,000% at 7 cents. Well, I wouldn't be messing with that stock unless you're trying to sell it. Just wait till they'll need to raise money, and that's the time. Giuseppe, you notice there suddenly are some pro-rail accounts promoting on Twitter recently. They seem suspicious. Yeah, they could be. I try not to get in. You've seen how I react here. I don't trust myself anymore on those Twitter things. I sometimes post, but I also don't really read. It's kind of unfair to people, but I just don't like the risk that I'm going to overreact. So yeah, if you're seeing a lot of promotional posting on Railtown, it can be that they want to ebb the stock up so they can short it. It can be that, but we don't know. I haven't seen them, so I don't know. Brandon Neely, I'll pitch in to send William to the meeting December 17th. That's amazing. Maybe we can do that. I think I have a Venmo I can show, but let's think about it overnight. Let's not, you guys don't have to do it in the moment. If William goes to shareholder meeting and they discuss things that are not publicly available, they won't. They won't. A shareholder meeting, Justin, is a matter of record and it's open. The meeting itself. Now, you're right. If there's something um, that I hear that's material, I, by nature, would not share it because that's how I was trained. But I could also sign an NDA and then I can't talk about it. But I can't talk about it anyway. So you're right, it would be a limitation, but I'm not, you know, I'm not going to do it anyway. I'm not going to, you know, I'm not there to screw that up. Emil, with the market being trashed, the thieves can afford to compensate the 75,000 MMTLP hostages easily. Yeah, that's true. I don't know if they're going to be forced to, but maybe the brokerage firms, you're right, maybe the brokerage firms will. Emil, about Railtown, the people in charge should work overtime to end the merger amalgamation. The consolidation, the yeah. I think, you know, I've gotten upset, and I do. I think perhaps um, I'm almost legend. You know, he's a pretty good read. Maybe I came across as sarcastic, but I am trying to follow what he warned me about. That, you know, essentially, I shouldn't be blaming it for various reasons, and we just don't know. I don't know what's taking so long. I will tell you, Emil, that we are going to be grateful. Not now, we're not. We're pissed off, but we're going to be grateful in 7 months when there's a bidding. I'm making it up, of course, but when there's a bidding war between NVIDIA and Microsoft and Constellation Software, and a bing, 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 paper signed, and there's a clause in it that says subject to a review of the documents of the acquisition, and the documents are solid, we're going to be very happy then. So, you know, things aren't always as permanent. The disappointment, you know, the being frustrated that it's taking so long right now is painful, but later on we'll have ice cream. Now later on, we may be quite grateful. By the way, this NVIDIA news today gives me confidence that the flood of capital going to AI will continue into the first and second quarter of next year, unless the markets crash. But the NVIDIA story, I think, is going to regenerate upside movement in the market. So it's all good. It's all good. This delay that's been scaring me a little bit, I still think there may be a shift in the really big moves in Railtown that I expect. That may be shifted to the first quarter. But I think um, Richard's target of $1 or more, I think that still can happen by Thanksgiving. I do. It's going to be tougher. So it might be into December, but I still think $1 is completely possible by the first or second week of December. And I think it could happen. I guess that's next week. I think it could happen. Depends on research, depends on, obviously, some news could surprise, who knows? But it also depends on when the buying. Look, I'm going to hang my hat and I'm going to predict that uh, uh, Mavericks 2 is going to buy this stock, buy into this stock. I'm going to predict Omers is going to buy into this stock. Whenever they can start buying, I think you're going to have a new story. And that could be more quickly than other institutions who have to receive a phone call from Canaccord first, if Canaccord is still the exclusive banker, or if some other research analyst puts out a report and then an institution talks to their analyst and then sets up a meeting with Corey and Dr. Kaur. That's all a process. The two companies that don't need much process are Omers and Mavericks. I have never heard anything about them being buyers, but I'm going to say those are the two buyers that will come in. I'm Almost Legend says, no worries, G. Diddy. And Donna says, hello, William, and everyone. I'm late getting on today, which is what I'm striving to do in my retirement. I made beef and vegetable soup. We'll be leaving for Florida December 1 for 5 months. Oh, you're lucky. That's what I was thinking about last night. I'd love to just go somewhere until January, but that's a cop out. I can't quit on this, so I've got to keep going. Where's this? Working, I averaged 13 to 14 hours a day. Habits are hard to break after 10 years. I know. Yeah. I wish I were someplace where I could get a garden or get a dog. Maybe a girlfriend, but a dog first. A friend of mine said, every man should have, wants to have, or should have a good girlfriend, but every man needs a good dog. Ward Richardson, hello, Donna, made beef and vegetable soup. Justin Babish, Amazo might be a potential bidder to buy RT. I've heard of that. Amazon, yeah, they could be. Actually, Amazon apparently, if I can believe, I'm starting to listen to different analysts, and I don't know who I can believe. In the oil and gas and in the mining space, the gold and silver space, I kind of know who I can listen to. In this space, I'm not 100% positive, but I do it anyway. You got to start. But anyway, apparently Amazon is losing out in the AI space. So they would be a very keen buyer, maybe, of Railtown or maybe some other AI technologies. Donna, hello, Ward. I decided to cook as my hobby in retirement. Our country's food industry is poisoning us. I agree with that. And I went in, Donna, there's a giant food. I don't know, a mile away from me. I walked down there. I don't know if it's quite a mile, but probably. Huge, modern. It used to be a DC market. I forget the name of it, but it's built in that building. A hurricane or something came and tore off, or a snowstorm tore off the roof, so it sat vacant for a while, but they rebuilt it in this gorgeous building. But it's a huge suburban sized store. But you go in it, there's no food. It's shelf after shelf of processed, canned, packaged, uh, cellophane wrap food. There's no real food anywhere. Even the milk looks weak. It's really sad. So I agree with you. The food is terrible. I agree, Donna. Cooking is one of my favorite pastimes. Yeah, I like to cook when I have a kitchen and I have guests. Justin Babish, I feel badly for the person who got liquidated out of Railtown for another margin call. I know it's tough. My prediction next week, pain. My prediction next week is 500% up on RT. Wow. I've seen this happen at least a dozen times in 4 months in the AI industry. So Ward, you're calling for $2.50 a share, basically. $2? $2 a share. What did I predict before all of this happened? What did I predict for last week before? I haven't erased it. Oof. I predicted 250 this week, which was wrong. I predicted for the day before Thanksgiving, $3.75. I don't think that's happening. Please delete Shellmaster TMZ. And yes, I do have a massive stake. If I could share a pic on here, I would. By the way, Steve, notice that the shills stop at 4 o'clock. They're just trying to get people to sell into their short position. That's all it is. That's all it is. But I'm gonna say goodbye to y'all. Y'all, we just said goodbye to y'all, and we're gonna say goodbye to TMZ. So just Steve, I just got rid of Josh Moore and TMZC. At least I think I did. All right, let me see if I can get some of what I was going to show you. No, let me do that. Let me do this, but also account settings sent me something which I don't think I can do here, but I can read it to you and then try to show you. On LinkedIn, Railtown AI Technologies, who has 1,600 followers, by the way, put out a piece on LinkedIn an hour ago and it says Conductor MCP. We've just launched the Conductor MCP server, making it possible to bring your team's tickets, builds, deployments, and error root cause analysis right into GitHub Copilot, Claude Code, and Cursor. Within a minute, your agents can provide root cause analysis on errors in your active workspace, retrieve product context so you get agents, so your agents can be more efficient when working in your code base, answer questions about your team's historical tickets and engineering knowledge, run structured queries like tickets closed by X last week without leaving your IDE. Why it matters. Developers are happier and more productive when agents get the right context all within their IDE. We all like things happening within our IDE. So then there's on the website that they've created for their product called Conductor AI, they give you the information as a developer. I'm not going to try to show you that because I don't understand it, and it's not about the stock. But here's where you can find it on LinkedIn. Pretty good. Pretty good. They're still getting information out there, maybe not effectively, but they're doing it. All right, let me see what that comment is. Yeah, do I have your email, Marty? If I didn't, I'm not sure I have your email because I would have sent it, but I'll do it. Let me write that down. You must assume I have it, so I'll write that down. All right, let me show you what I wanted to do earlier. Now, I'm showing you this for two reasons. One, this is what happens when things get going, and particularly when you have a big fund behind you. So I guess in a way it might show some risk that we're falling behind. On the other hand, I also want to show it to you as I'm reading it to you. I want you to think, what if it said Railtown? And just measure it up a little bit about your understanding of Railtown. And remember that the market is $300 billion a year. At least that's what, 305 billion. That's one of the third-party estimates of the spend that's going to take place by corporations to upgrade their software. 300 billion. There's plenty of room. Also remember that Railtown is in Canada. Canada's not as big as worldwide AI. It's not as big as the United States. But I would guess Canada's as big as, I don't know, I don't know. Is Canada in the top 15 economies in the world? Maybe it's bigger than, I don't know where to start. Bigger than New York? Bigger than Florida? Bigger than, I don't think it's as big as California. Anyway, Canada's big. It's just not the biggest place in the world. But I think that Canada kind of has a claim, or Railtown kind of has first claim on all of the AI going up there, I hope, not Lang Chain. So let's read this. Lang Chain from Sequoia, from Agent 0 to 1 to Agenic Engineering. Reflections on a Journey at the center. See that? We're at the center of the agent building wave. We beat them. This is by Sonia Wong, published October 21, 2025. We need to be doing some of this. Okay, that's Team Langchang up here. I don't see a lot of oldsters. And I probably see a lot of millionaires sitting there. Congratulations to Harrison and Kush, Julia, and everyone at Langchain on today's $125 million Series B funding announcement. It's been a delight working with this team since leading the Series A. Beyond the funding, today remarks the release of Langchain 1.0. Now, Railtown's already at 4.0, as best I can tell. But they're not out publicizing it yet. So substitute conductor 4.0, if I'm right. If I'm right. So anyway, beyond the funding, today marks the release of Langchain 1.0, a major rite of passage for any open source company. I'm not positive that Railtown is open source, which is good, but that's something I don't understand. Releasing 1.0 reflects the team's conviction that Langchain, as currently built and packaged, is the right foundational architecture to become the scaffolding for agent engineering. We should be claiming that space. And this is part of the frustration I've been expressing inappropriately with bias. Okay, again from Sequoia. Langchain is just one article. Langchain is one of the most popular open source projects in AI with 90 million monthly downloads. It is used by 35% of Fortune 500. The company has quickly grown from an open source package to a full-fledged agent engineering platform, including a low-level agent orchestration, see, we're conductor, and runtime called LangGraph that's used by companies such as Uber, Klarna, LinkedIn, and JP Morgan, and an observability tool. That's Railtown too. An agent deployment platform called Langsmith, used by Clay, Cloudflare, Replit, Venata, Rippling, Mercor, and more. Langchain is one of the most used, debated, and sometimes misunderstood projects and companies in AI. Below are some reflections on the evolution of Langchain to date and how I view the opportunity ahead. Railtown has to get on it. Railtown needs to put out press releases. They won't get one. They won't get an article from Sequoia, but they need an article from Field and Stream out in Rimouski, Canada, or something like that. Early days, Harrison Chase's superpower is simple. He sees the future of agents. Well, that describes Marwan and Corey. He saw it before just about anybody, but not before Corey and Marwan. But his story's getting told. His legend is getting told, and has consistently pushed the frontier of agent engineering forward. The fact is, Railtown got started 5 years ago, 6 years ago. Harrison started LangChain as a nights and weekends side project back in 2022. If I remember, it was the end of 2022, by the way, right as ChatGPT was taking off. The original LangChain was a proof of concept of what language models were capable of becoming. Connect them with tools, chain them together into a sequence of calls and business logic, and voila, model becomes agent. Harrison's vision struck a chord with developers, and the LangChain project quickly became one of the fastest adopted open source projects. By the time we led the Series A in 2023, remember, Railtown is available to you. This isn't available to you. Railtown is available to you as pre-seed and seed valuations, in my judgment. By the time we led the Series A in early 2023, it had more than 2,000 well, it had more than 2,000 something. Let me see what it says. I'm sorry, I cut something off. Let me see if I can find it. I may not be able to. I may not be able to. Nope. Oh, here, maybe. No. Anyway, 2,000 something. So it was a proof of concept. Oh, well, here it is. There it is right there. Harrison's vision struck a chord with developers, and the LangChain project quickly became one of the fastest adopted open source projects. By the time we led Series A in early 23, it had more than 2,000 open source contributors. That's different than Railtown, and was being used by more than 50,000 LLM applications. After 2 years of exponential growth, it is now surpassed only by OpenAI in download volume. There's the picture. And see, I hate seeing this out there ahead of us. But anyway, OpenAI and then LangChain. But hey, let's just be thankful. Let's plan on Monday. The whole thing starts on Monday or sooner. Crucible moment, LangGraph. As the ecosystem matures, LangChain has matured alongside it, constantly growing the core open source package while also adding in new capabilities. Because the LLM ecosystem is evolving at such a rapid clip, that's both opportunity and risk. You can't sit. You got to get out there. Maintaining the scaffolding to support a developer ecosystem of this size hasn't always been easy. But Harrison has been resilient and unflappable. That's the problem with you one of the brothers, one of the Earp brothers. You're too flappable. But Harrison has been resilient and unflappable, constantly listening hard to his challengers and evolving the package toward the future. Or is it towards? I'm almost legend. Toward or towards? I don't know. I don't like towards. Sometime last, it seems unnecessary. Sometime last year, it became increasingly clear that the abstraction level on which the OG Lang chain was built was a convenient launching point for developers, but wasn't sufficiently low level enough to support all the granular control that developers were craving as the space matured. Harrison made the hard decision to develop another framework in parallel, LangGraph. Now start thinking of Railtown here. LangGraph allows developers to control every step of their custom agent with low-level orchestration, memory, and human-in-the-loop support, and manage long-running tasks with durable execution. This is Railtown. This was a tough but remarkably wise call. Today, LangGraph is the most popular low-level agent orchestration framework and runtime used by companies including Uber, Klarna, LinkedIn, JP Morgan, and downloaded 12 million times a month. Keeping up with OnlyFans. Getting one open source project to broad market fit could be a function of luck. Getting two open source projects to product market fit is a testament to how clearly Harrison and the broader LangChain team see the future. Well, so does Railtown of agent development. LangChain 1.0. Railtown is already, I believe, at Conductor 4.0. But, I could be wrong. LangChain 1.0. Today marks a new chapter merging LangChain's past and future. The team has completely rewritten LangChain in its 1.0 release. They're still starting to be opinionated, focused, empowered by LangGraph's runtime. This means that LangChain 1.0 has all the 0 to 1 booster fuel the community has come to expect, pre-built architectures for common agent patterns, improved model and tool integrations, and more, but gives developers access to a deep level of customization and control. In addition, helping developers on their agent engineering journey means expanding beyond frameworks into developer tools. Working with LLMs requires a mindset shift from deterministic software to embracing stochasticity, whatever, constantly observing and testing data. Stochasticity, constantly observing and testing data. To that end, the team has invested heavily in Langsmith, and read this as Railtown, which enables agent engineering across the full lifestyle. Observability, Railtown. Evaluation, Railtown. And deployment, Railtown. Langsmith has proven successful as a standalone developer platform for LangChain and non-LangChain developers alike, Railtown, and is currently used by companies such as Clay, Cloudflare, Riplet, Venata, Rippling, Mercor, with traffic growing at 12x per year. What's ahead? Lang Chang's ambitions are large. Just like Railtown, this team will not stop until they become the de facto platform for all agent engineering. Wait a minute. We're there first. Let's get there. Let's get there. They will get there. Oh, they will get there by deepening their core offerings, which they haven't accomplished yet. I think Railtown already has, and continuing to push the frontier. I think Railtown already has. Deepening the core. The team has pushed hard on deployment, making it possible to ship your agent in one click on Langsmith using scalable infrastructure built for long-running tasks. They've also launched their first IP agent, an insights agent in the Langsmith observability that automatically categorizes agent behavior patterns as well. This is Railtown, as well as a no-code text agent builder experience for business users, pushing the frontier. As the model space progresses, the agentic building blocks also evolve. LangChain has been hard at work on many of the core primitives we believe will drive the future of agentic engineering, including memory. It's hard to believe LangChain is just 3 years old. Railtown is 6. We got to get out there. We are proud to partner with a team that has adapted so resiliently and, more importantly, driven so much innovation in the agent engineering ecosystem. Today's milestone is just the beginning of the competition with Railtown. Oh, I have it. Okay. Okay. All right. I don't know. Okay. I'll look for it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry. Stacks. I hope he runs into Lecky. I'm so sorry. It's the toughest thing. I think it's I mean, I'm sure there's other things I've been through in life, but it was the toughest thing for me to deal with when I lost Lucky. He was such a good boy, and I'm sure Stax is such a good boy. It's very hard. Lucky took the decision from me. I probably should have taken him in. I did take him into the vet probably 10 days before he died. And I bought all this medicine and all this stuff, $300-400 worth, because he seemed so enthusiastic about living. But his last days were tough for him. But the day that he died, I had taken him on a long walk. But he really loved it, and had a good poop and all that. I think I went to dinner with my sister, which isn't a late night. And when I came back, no, maybe I went out to Old Town with, anyway, when I came back, he was glad to see me, but shortly after that, he was in two worlds. And I've told the story before, I won't tell you again. But that was a long night. But and I saw his last breath, and I swear I think he was happy. I think he was happy. I think he was running in place for a long time, and I think he was trying to get to heaven. I think he was trying to get where the grass is green and the other dogs were. But that was tough. PS 71. It was really tough. So I can tell you, I know exactly what you're going through, and I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I think it gets easier, but I can't I can't lie. I miss him all the time. I miss him all the time. The woman that runs the dog food and supply store, she said, "Oh, just get another dog. Don't feel badly about it." She has a lot of dogs. She's had a lot of dogs. But I don't have my own house anymore, so I can't do that to a dog. And also, I just can't do it to Lucky. But, maybe. I'm so sorry, PS 71. That breaks my heart. That stops me in my tracks. I'm sure Stax had a great life, and he was lucky to be with you. I also think that he'll be there for you. He'll be there. You'll see him again. He was the best, most loving soul on the planet. I had one of those too. I think Lucky still sometimes sends me dogs to say hi to. And in my hope, in my fantasy, when these dogs come up to me unexpectedly and give me total love for a minute or 2 minutes, I sometimes think that was Lucky sending me a dog to say hi. So I hope Stax can still do that for you. I know you're going to miss him, but it's better to have loved and lost than never have loved at all. I'm really sorry for your loss, PS 71. Donna extends her love, PS 71. Ward Richardson, Field and String, yes. RT needs to get this merger complete. Yes, they do. They really do. Justin Babish. Actually, if Amazon had a data center with updated NVIDIA server racks, they could make a deal similar to TELUS with revenue sharing, kill the competition with better products. Yeah. And it's not always best to be first, Justin, if you have resources and revenue, because you can come in next in the next generation, or and I'm not talking years away. I'm 6 months, 9 months. You can come in and maybe build a better mousetrap. I'm not an expert in technology, but I do know that it accelerates, and it is definitely a game of being nimble. So we got 4 minutes. Let me see if there's any news. Um, World's biggest company, NVIDIA, stuns Wall Street as it gives biggest clue yet to state of the U.S. economy. That's pretty good. New Yorkers fighting over homes outside the city. Prices jumped 24% in 5 days. Bill Gates loved Jeffrey Epstein and stopped talking to the predator when wife Melinda banned him. All right, I don't see much news that's going to change your lives tonight. U.S. collecting biometric data for Canadian visitors. There's no privacy except Ann Wagner wants to keep it private what the hedge funds do to the market caps of stocks under $5. She wants to keep that private. Anna Paulina Luna reveals the dirty backroom deal that led House to voting against censoring Dem Stacey Plaskett for colluding with Epstein. All right. Justin, Amazon do have their own data center and use NVIDIA chips. See, I wouldn't have known that. All right, I'm going to take this opportunity to sign off. Let's all keep PS71 in our thoughts. He's going to have a tough period of time and need whatever comfort we can send. I'm so sorry that Stax is gone. Good boy. And I'm sorry about today. I'm sorry that my projections have been not only off, they've been completely inaccurate. But I think there is an explanation. I'm not trying to make an excuse, but I think we really need the AIP deal to close and be filed and accepted by the regulators. And whatever period of time needs to pass, and maybe if there's some other, item that needs to happen, I don't know. Whatever that is, we need to cross that period of time, hopefully only a period of, a few days, 72 hours, so that the company can start the process maybe of educating, let's say, research analysts. That starts probably a 2 or 3 week process at earliest, maybe a month, before sales people, men and women, start getting buyers from institutions and retail. But, that's right in the meat of Hanukkah, Christmas, Kwanzaa, holiday skiing, the whole thing might have been shifted to the first quarter. And we'll find out. I'm not saying things won't start sooner, but it's discouraging. And I'm sorry about that. But I'm also quite optimistic. It's not a reflection of a change. I hope you see by the strength of Langtrax, which is valued at $1.25 billion. Railtown is better than that. Now, maybe Langtrax isn't the first mover, but they're acting as if they are, and that scares me a little bit. But it's still early. It's still early days. It's not like they've been out there a year. They've been out there a few weeks. So it's recoverable. And it's a huge market. And Canada does have a moat around it. So we have our advantages. Now, what I think could surprise us, so that now my projection that we have to go to the first quarter could be wrong and things could be better, I think essentially 3 things could surprise us. Of course, we're going to get the annual report and a management discussion. That might be good. We get an updated investor deck. That might be good. We might get some interviews, which would be fantastic. But I think 3 things could be surprising that we would know about. Remember, stocks can go up suddenly and you don't even know the reason. Just all of a sudden, everybody decides to buy at the same time. That's called sentiment changing. But I think the 3 things that could work in our favor: 1, research could come out quickly, particularly from Research Capital, but some of the others could come out. How could that help us? Up in Canada, there is research on lower price stocks. And if you look at TELUS, there's a dozen research companies. So maybe there's 6, I'm making it up, but maybe there's half a dozen research companies that come out on Railtown. And maybe some of those research analysts have a following, and maybe retail and some others go ahead and buy. So that's one. But my guess is research could take to the middle of December and everyone's on vacation. So to me, that's a flip of the coin. This really is a flip of the coin. It may all move out till January, unfortunately. But it's okay. It's like Donna, she's going down to Florida. Second thing that could surprise. Once the company can start talking about revenue, if they can. Not even the specifics of revenue. They'll do that maybe with the analysts. But once the company can start discussing what is the revenue arrangement with TELUS, TELUS could even tell us about what their intent is to move their own customers to conductor. Things like this could be real surprises. There could be new revenue from their pipeline that we have no idea about, that instead of coming across as just puff pieces, when they announce it, if, it's an if, I don't know of any, but if there's an if, there, it could surprise us. And that could be good. So that's my second, a surprise, unexpectedly, a meaningful announcement on the revenue side that everybody understands, or more than one. That would be my second thing, that regardless of holidays could get things started. My third thing I've already expressed. But I believe that your first buyers in size are going to be Mavericks 2 and Omers. I haven't heard that. No one's told me that. But I think Mavericks 2 and Omers are the logical buyers now of the stock. Not waiting till it goes up, not waiting for research. But what do they have to wait for? You're right. They have to wait for the AIP deal to close. And there may be other things they have to wait for. They may be privy, I'm going to make it up. I'll make it up. Maybe they're privy to a deal with Chipotle or McDonald's, an AI agent deal with McDonald's that's going to revolutionize ordering online and menus in the store, and it's going to computerize, which is already happening, robots in the back. But anyway, I've never heard of this. I'm just making it up. But we've all heard of McDonald's, and if there's some if there's been some discussion, maybe Mavericks or the insiders won't be able to buy until that McDonald's deal is announced. I don't know. So it might not just be AIP. There might be something else involved in the material, non-public information arena that has to be disclosed. But whenever that is done, finished, it won't be forever. And I bet it's quickly. I think Railtown will be purchased by Mavericks and will be purchased by Omers first. It's a prediction. I'll probably be wrong on that too. But that would get the stock price moving. So those are my three potentials that you could see the stock price $1, $2, $3. But maybe Ward's right by next week, but maybe by Christmas time it could be a $3, $4, $5 stock. Wouldn't that be fun? Wouldn't that be fun? Ward Richardson, NVIDIA is everywhere. Justin Babish, great. So Canada can have their sovereign data, and Amazon can promote using their own data center, running the best from Railtown. Railtown can be $50 billion without a buyout. In valuation, yeah, it's possible. I know it sounds insane. I know it sounds just shy of insane. How could a company that can't close a friendly deal within a year, how can they be a $50 billion company? How can leadership that could allow a friendly merger to take a year, how could they run a company? Well, that's certainly one approach to take to it. Another approach to take to it, I don't think I don't know, Railtown might have more employees than LangChain, but they blew up. It just suddenly went from a year and a half ago, Capital Research was saying the target market was 3 billion and it's 12x, and no one's really interested in AI. To all of a sudden, AI's it's exploded. And maybe, just maybe, the 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 company, Railtown, which I think it's a great acquisition to buy AIP. It's awesome. If they can get 100 million transferred over to TELUS and they get revenue sharing, it's awesome. But maybe the company just didn't have enough manpower, and maybe you should go hire it and get it done. But on the other hand, training might be involved. I don't know. I just really don't know the answer. I think it is a legitimate question to say, how the hell can a company who can't get a friendly deal done in a year, how can they run a $50 billion company? I think it's fair. But you know what I think it means? I think it means the company gets sold for 50 billion. So also, Justin says RT is not standing still with development. No, they're not. They're not. They're moving forward. I think they're on the 4th iteration of Conductor, but it's self-learning. It's self-learning. And they have beta test customers, a lot of them. And they get, I'm going to read it to you tomorrow. I'm too tired to do it now. But they get 100% of all the bugs. So they really have a product that's ready to go. And I think it is first mover. I think it is best in class. And I think LangChain still needs developmental money to get to where Railtown is. I may be wrong. And maybe LangChain is competing with kind of quasi chat GPT, and maybe Railtown is more organization specific. I don't know. But it's exciting. I think it's very exciting. I think it's very exciting. All right, Ward, Justin B., I agree. Ward Richardson, William, have a great night. I hope to see some news tomorrow. You do? That'd be great. I'm almost thinking you know something, but I don't know. All right. Peace to everybody. I wish everybody a good night, and ciao.